just giving us a beautiful music, Koloi I Am. Eloish, the song ended before the producer told me that we are on air. So are you good? Are you happy? Are you happy? Welcome to this program. My name is Moses Murerwa. I'm not a radio guru myself, but I will try to understand how to drive this medium. But to start things off, choir, please lead us in the national anthem to officially open this ceremony, and we'll take it from there. And I'm sure we know the song, the lyrics. We can definitely join and sing along. Thank you so much. You are all welcome. This is to kickstart the 2024 World Radio Day. This is a time to remember the significance of radio. What is radio to our lives? How do we interact with radio? And some of us here I see are practitioners. They do understand this medium very well. And we are also joined by Thobela FM. I see Kwetema Matlakala there, has been on the medium for quite some time. I see Radio TEF colleagues here, Mungana Lonele, Palapaya FM. You're all welcome. I see Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies, who are the host of this event, as well as students from your different levels. So many people argue that the medium is dead, and then others say it's not dead, it's really not that relevant. And then others say, no, it's still relevant. And then others definitely don't know a thing about this medium. I guess maybe that's why this year the theme tries to cover all that those who are not too sure of the role of this medium may have a background of where radio comes from. And those who are not too sure, maybe they can learn about what is it doing in the present. And to those who doubt its significance, maybe you might have a gist of where the medium is going, because the theme says a sanctuary informing, entertaining, and educating, which is the core function of the radio, but it also shines a broad floodlight on radio's remarkable past, relevant present, and promise of a dynamic future, which this theme, I think in itself, is a call for practitioners to now start thinking about radio in the next century, because you need to promise us that this little box will never leave our side. This is to say you're welcome, feel free. It should be an interactive session. I'm looking at the program. It looks cripsy, but I know we are going to get to some items that will require some critical thinking, that will require some spin-off thoughts and stuff like that. So do feel free to engage when your time comes. And thank you, you El Choristas. This is a recording choir. It's not just a tiny group of students singing. It's a recording choir. They have CDs. They are called to perform at a prestigious event. So let us appreciate them for entertaining us. And we are doing it differently. We know on radio you would play music and a lot of it. So they are our music today. We're going to play them until the end of the program. So they should be up to the task. Let's appreciate them. All right, without any further ado, allow me to welcome on stage for the opening and welcome remark by Professor Solomon Bobabe, who is heading the very same department that is hosting us today. That is the Department of Communication, Media, and Information Studies.
Thanks very much, Program Director, Mr. Morero. Let me start by greeting all visitors from different radio stations. Our most very important guests, which are the students who are going to listen here and gain something out of this celebration today. Not forgetting the academics, all from the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies, and our Executive Director, Mr. Victor Fomieswana. You are welcome, and thanks very much for the support that you are showing, and all protocol observed. Today, we are celebrating 100 years of the existence of the radio as a media. I hope most of you have one way or another being influenced by what is said in the radio, by the content that we always receive from the radio. Even in my car, I no longer have the CDs or USBs. I always listen to the radio. And I always encourage my children to listen to the radio, always, because it has got a lot of information that we need in our lives. We are the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies in the School of Languages and Communication of the Faculty of Humanities of the University of Limpopo. We strive to finding solutions for Africa. So as a program of media studies being hosted in the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies of the School of Languages and Communication Studies. Our vision is to train, educate, and serve the people of Limpopo, the people all over the country and beyond, by providing quality programs in a multicultural context. And one of our strategic objectives to achieve this vision is through collaboration with the stakeholders. So we are using this World Radio Day celebration as a way to come and collaborate with our stakeholders, so that we should engage into some important things that need to be done in order to produce quality graduates that are needed by our employers. Therefore, today, I would like to encourage all of us to engage with the employers. Luckily, at the moment in the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies, we are busy with curriculum review. We are reviewing our curriculums. So if we have the employers of our graduates coming here and engaging with us, we will be able to know what type of graduates should we produce. I think out of the program that I've seen there, I think we will engage in a lot of things, more especially in our media studies, specifically our radio broadcasting module that is being taught in our curricula. So I encourage all of us, the academics and the students, to engage. More especially the students, please take note of the controversial issues that are there in the radio and try to come up with research topics. Just problematize what is being discussed today. And next year when you do your honors or masters, you will be able to get the topics that we can do research on. As I'm going to end, I welcome all of you to this important event. To all the visitors, our bathrooms, when you go outside, you just go to, on the stairs there, then you will see the ladies, and then in front is the men's bathroom over the stairs there, or you can just go down the stairs, you'll see the bathroom over there. So we'll just end by saying you are all welcome. All radio stations, representatives who are here, Palafala, Perfect Radio, Tobela FM, and all others that I did not count. I think you know yourselves, and then please be ready to come and engage with us on the most important things that maybe we should do to improve our curriculum, so that we should supply you with the quality graduates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm told everyone from the department should at least graduate knowing how to operate the system of radio, how to present, how to produce, because we do have beautiful studios that serve for that purpose. And I've been through the studios as well. But at the time, it was still analog, I think. So I've been there, I saw a huge improvement of digital studios. So while going around, we tried to get the sense of what is the youth saying about radio. Do they even listen to radio? If they listen to radio, when do they listen to radio, and why do they listen to to radio. And we got quite a number of vox
I do
pops.
listen to radio most of my time, especially when I'm alone, and from different radio stations, of course. Maybe the primary reason or the fundamental reason why I listen to radio is because there's just a lot to consume from different radio stations that I listen to, which I honestly wouldn't mention.
You can tell from the voice, eh? Which show does he
do.
listen to? Okay.
Especially when I'm alone, and from different radio.
Hello, I do listen to radio most of the time when I'm driving because it's convenient. I don't have to focus, I just listen.
This one listens when
I
driving.
do listen to radio because you learn something new every day, and also it's very convenient because you're able to listen to it at the comfort of your space in your car or in a public transport.
All right, we'll play some as the program goes on. This is just a sense we wanted to understand, because people think radio is dead, some they say it's not, and these are young people. None of them is above 23 years old. So you mentioned, Prof, Perfect Radio. Do you guys know Perfect Radio? Oh, okay, then that's great. Perfect Radio is an online radio station which was founded and is managed by our graduate, Raymond Silowa. You can wave so they see there's a potential employer here. The founder and station manager of Perfect Radio. So I do listen, Silowa. I do listen. I can mimic you on one of your shows when you say, Yeki radio ya upela le batho mutieleji. All right, thanks a lot. The next item here that we have purpose of the day. Maybe we need to understand a bit more why we are here and what we should maybe get out of this program. And so I welcome Dr. Wanda Juniper, who's a senior lecturer in the very same department, to give us purpose of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, not an easy task at all to speak after your boss has already spoken. Becomes much difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed Department of Media Studies, faculty members, Prof. Solomon Bupape, the HOD, Prof. Maoboya, the Director of School of Language and Communication Studies, Victoria Polikapova, the head of Sputnik International and Sputnik India and Sputnik International News Agency and Radio. Mr. Ngamola, the presenter and producer of Capricorn FM. Not forgetting again, Mr. Raymond Mujapelo, the producer and presenter of NIG FM. Ms. Sharon Ravere, the programs manager of Parapara FM, SABC. Mr. Happiness Make, the presenter of Tobela FM. Mr. Raymond Silo, the founder and station manager, Perfect Radio. Mr. Peter Malulaga, chief producer, Radio TEF. And everyone else whom I never mentioned by the name. I stand before you today on a special occasion the celebration of the World Radio Day. This day holds immense significance as we reflect on radio's remarkable past, relevance, present, and promise of dynamic future. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here at the University of Limpopo to honor the power of radio, its profound impact on our lives. Let us delve into the purpose of this day and embrace the essence of this incredible medium. World Radio Day serves as a global platform to acknowledge the vital role that radio has played throughout history. It is a day to celebrate the achievements of radio broadcasters, producers, and journalists who have tirelessly worked to inform, to entertain, and to unite communities across the world. Radio, with its ability to transcend borders, languages, and cultures, has been a catalyst for positive change, education, and empowerment. I was so happy today when I was listening to Thobela FM in the morning when I heard the voice of one of our lecturers, Dr. Malaji. We were listening. And the assertions you really made early this morning are exactly what we have to embrace. Radio will never die. And postcards will never kill radio, but it will only embrace radio and work together with radio. So as we reflect on radio's remarkable past, we recognize the pioneers who paved the way for this medium. From Rush Louwben to Howard Stern, Larry King of the United States of America, Wagon Chris Miles, Jeremy Vine of United Kingdom, John Robbie, Reddy Klabi, Tolani Gwala, Jeremy Mansfield, and Tim Modisa. You know all this. And not forgetting one of our own, Given Mokari. From the first experimental broadcast to the establishment of the South African Broadcasting Corporation, radio has evolved and flourished. It has been steadfast companion during times of war, a source of comfort during moments of crisis, and a constant provider of entertainment and information. Ladies and gentlemen, today, radio remains as relevant as ever in our present world. In an era dominated by new media platforms, radio continues to hold a special place in our hearts. It is a medium that reaches the fastest corners of our nation, connecting people from diverse backgrounds and all sorts of that. Radio serves as a lifeline for remote communities, offering news, music, and education programs that inform and inspire. It is a platform that amplifies local voices, provides a platform for dialogue, and fosters a sense of belonging. Ladies and gentlemen, looking towards the future, we see the promise of dynamic radio landscape. The digital revolution has opened up new avenues for radio broadcasting. The online streaming, podcasts, and mobile apps have expanded the reach and accessibility of radio. Social media platforms have created opportunities to interactive and engaging content. Radio has the potential to adapt, innovate, and continue to captivate audiences amidst a rapidly changing media landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as we celebrate World Radio Day, let us acknowledge the power of this medium to shape our society. Let us appreciate the dedication and hard work of radio professionals who bring us informative and entertaining programs every day. Let us embrace the remarkable past of radio, recognize its relevance in the present, and eagerly anticipate its dynamic future. It is not lost on me, ladies and gentlemen, that amongst us here, we are joined by a remarkable number of this very University of Limpopo students. So as students at the University of Limpopo, you have the responsibility to harness the power of radio. You have the opportunity to become the next generation of broadcasters, producers, and journalists who will carry forward the legacy of this remarkable medium. Let us use radio as a tool for education, social change, and community development. Let us tell the stories that need to be heard, amplify the voices that need to be amplified, and foster a sense of unity and understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, on this World Day, or this World Radio Day, let us celebrate the past, present, and future of radio. Let us appreciate its ability to transcend the boundaries and touch our lives. As we embark on this journey, ladies and gentlemen, we may remember the words of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, who once said, radio is one of the most powerful mediums in our society. It has the ability to educate, inform, and inspire. Let us use it to build a better South Africa and a better world. Radio is a blind medium. It has no boundaries, borders, no barriers. It is the theater of the mind. That is the statement of Larry King. Ladies and gentlemen, I really thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Juniper. I think the next item also resonates with what you're saying, that radio has no boundaries. It transcends time and space, because online we have a guest speaker. We are going to jump the message of support by the director of the school, and then the director will come after the guest speaker due to some time rearrangements. So apologies for that. So she is from Russia, joining us in Moscow. Her name is Miss Victoria Poligapova. She heads Sputnik International and Sputnik India. And then that is at Sputnik International News Agency and Radio. So I don't know from the poetry that says, "You little box, I can hear my enemies." You know, they taught me, I see Memolopa is smiling. They would teach us this poem, this radio poem. And now that there is Russia-Ukraine conflict, I don't know if the medium is serving the same purpose. Are we able to hear the news? So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miss Victoria to give us some message.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Thank you for your very warm welcome. Dear professors, dear students, a happy World Radio Day. I must say that I have been working for radio since 2009. First, it was for the Voice of Russia radio station, which broadcast on the radio in 36 plus languages. And right now, I'm heading Sputnik International, which also broadcasts on different radio stations in FM and AM and online. And Sputnik International, Sputnik News Agency broadcasts in more than 16 countries in more than 30 languages as of today, 2024. So again, thank you so much. I'm going to talk a little bit about radio in the digital age. Well, radio is, like any type of media, is becoming more and more digitalized. Over time, traditional media has slowly evolved into new media. This is because media companies, media holdings like Sputnik, for example, and many others, they naturally wanted a way to better target their readers, to better target their listeners. And new media has adapted to meet the needs of businesses in an increasingly high-tech society, in the technological society. So today, Sputnik uses several formats of radio broadcasting, and they include mostly the two. First is live FM streaming. It uses frequency modulation of the radio broadcast carrier waves. Invented back in 1933, it is still the foundation of what we understand by classical radio broadcast. So by live FM and AM streaming, I mean, first of all, radio programs that go on air regularly. They are in the form of the radio shows. They are broadcast daily, and they have their own author, creative mind, so to say, a creative host. Also, apart from radio programs, we have news hours. They go live 11 hours a day. News hours are broadcast every half an hour. The third thing that goes online is pre-recorded podcasts. And this form is rather popular right now. So we have such podcasts as New Rules, for example. They provide a listener with an in-depth look, with a more analytical look at what is going on in the geopolitical, economic, and ideological trends in our society, all over the world. So, and the second format, so to say, as opposed to the traditional FM or AM streaming, is of course the live online streaming radio of Radio Sputnik. It is being broadcast on our website, sputnikglobe.com, and some major events are being streamed onto our social media platforms, onto social media accounts such as Telegram, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. So basically, practically all of the modern social media networks, including, by the way, Rumble, they're able to broadcast the online radio, and that is very helpful. I'd like here to outline the benefits of digital radio formats in comparison to traditional media formats such as TV and radio broadcast. First comes amount of usage and interaction. In today's world, listeners and readers simply interact more with new media than with traditional media. People tend to spend an ever-increasing time of, looking at in their smartphones and less time watching like traditional classical TV or listening to classical, FM wave radio. Second comes the ability to track and trace results. So result tracking is very important. When it comes to new media, the results are highly trackable. You can see the statistics. You can watch how your audience reacts to this or that type of content that was broadcast. You can see exactly what demographics and ads are scoring big with, and which ones you're missing, which ones you should change, which ones you should just omit, which short audio clips you should cut from your broadcast, and which video can go live from your studio and be attractive to your readers and watchers. Then comes another thing, which is called virality. Truly effective new media has the potential to go viral. Your content could be shared with millions of people, boosting your credibility and your own brand image. Then comes mobility. New media follows the consumer wherever they are. So it can follow them on their way to work, while they're driving, while they're taking their kids to school, while they're in the shop doing their groceries, etc., etc. Next, I'd like to mention adaptability. So new media, digital radio media is adaptable. You can easily switch out the content and creative of an ad or create a new, changed social media post, for example. Digital media has a variety of formats. It varies from social media text posts based on the content from your radio broadcast, for example, and up to, polls, quizzes, questionnaires, games, video streamings from the studio, etc., etc. By the way, polls and quizzes are becoming more and more popular among our readers, and we use it on our radio broadcasts. You can run multiple campaigns at once. You can use multiple channels of information. New media allows you to run campaigns with multiple different creative. This allows you to better target all demographics, people living in Europe, people living in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia. Wherever you go, you bring your target audience, you satisfy your target audience with exactly the content they need. You can have a Twitter online streaming, for example, of the, I don't know, year-end big press conference of your president. And at the same time, simultaneously, you can have another live streaming event on the Rumble platform, the social platform called Rumble. It is easy to use. The results are easy to understand, and the social network and streaming platforms are very easy to navigate for the user. New media is excellent if you're trying to target specific individuals and demographics. As I said, so the targeting capabilities are they go far beyond the traditional media. Also, I'd like to stress the importance of customization in personalization. So new media can be customized to meet your own needs. And you, as an editor, as an editorial team, can help your audience to choose the channel of information that they prefer. Maybe either online website or a streaming on the social networks, or simply tuning in to the live broadcast on FM. As for our target audience themselves, people we interact basically over three main communicative styles. You know, psychologists already have driven, they have written about those key models, and we can divide people into categories according to in which ways how they harvest content. First come visual. People with a visual preference like their communication to be orderly, organized, and brief. So they absorb information by sight. Then comes another category of auditory people, which are mainly radio lovers. Auditory communicators want to talk more by phone, for example, and hear with their own ears what's needed. Third type is kinesthetic people, people who have a dominant kinesthetic learning style, and they want to be in touch with their feelings. And what it means for us as editors, as journalists, is that kinesthetic learners, they absorb information by moving. So basically, we, build our content based on these three content types. And whereas it's a video or audio, you can satisfy the needs of all the three. If you have a video clip, for example, you can accompany it with a short incoming text, and then you'll satisfy both the visuals, the auditory, and the kinesthetic people. And so right now I want to touch upon a very trendy topic, as in regards to the journalism in general and in regards to radio in particular, and which is the artificial intelligence. So will there be a super artificial radio by, let's say, 2030, or will there be just a regular radio streaming like the one we have today, the traditional radio? So let's just imagine it's 2030 and almost everyone in radio using dozens of available generative AI tools every day, rapidly integrated into radio production software by high-tech vendors shortly after the so-called spring of 2023, when it all started. These tools progressively augmented the creative power of producers, journalists, and DJs without the need to learn a new interface. It's as simple as that. Things have certainly changed, AI-generated weather, traffic, stock market reports have become the norm. Additionally, these tools automatically produce localized audio outputs, notably for news and sports. Following the development of an industry-wide ethics code for generative AI, wherever a strong sense of journalism prevails, an AI controller supervises the content. Although newsrooms have shrunk in recent years, the AI did not bring the massive payoffs that most critics anticipated. Often, broadcasters invested in efficiency gains in multiplying output and associated an inventory via more automated radio stations and ad training tools. Additionally, broadcasters diverted financial, human, and technological resources to the online space to keep up with the arms race of human-made and automated outputs. Notably, in social media, all sorts, kinds, and formats. So the question is, will the AI kill the radio stars, for example? You know, it's already happening. And I have a good example from India, from my Indian colleagues. Lots of TV stars, they already have this visual image of their own being cloned. Now, it's not only their visual appearance, it's their voice, it's their manner of speaking, it's their tone of speaking. And, you know, when you look at the AI-generated clones of the TV stars, they look almost real. And, you know, I want to stress this word, almost, because I believe that we shouldn't be, you know, diving into this world of AI-generated people without letting the viewer, the listener, the reader know that this is artificial. You know, they have the right to know that, well, this is a real TV star, and this is just a companion, a person who can, you know, give you some time to rest while you're off, while you're somewhere enjoying your vacation on Bahamas. But, you know, we should be truthful to our audience, and we should, from the very beginning, state that this is real and this is not real. So again, let's imagine it's 2030 and there's more audio content than ever before. Every day, artificial intelligence bots generate millions of single pieces of audio, which are then continuously remixed and bundled, and they are disseminated on social media. The resulting formats vaguely resemble what radio used to be in just a decade ago. News flashes, audio clips, podcasts of all sorts, audiobooks, music streams, and live and virtual concerts. However, algorithms now personalize everything for each listener. Audio content is also often reformatted, automatically entered text, and it feeds the publisher's websites and social media feeds, and it is of very low cost right now. Human-made, or at least human-created content continues to exist. It has become the distinctive feature of public service and community radio, while some commercial stations still have real hosts in their infrastructure. However, this content often struggles to find a sizable audience online, where most of the public is listening across different countries and different continents. So, which scenarios do we expect? My goal here is not just to predict what's going to happen with radio in the future, but to depict the potential development, the development trajectories of our industry, and help visualize to what might come next beyond the latest AI hype, so to speak. So, considering the impact of generative AI tools, the above scenarios offer three plausible features by 2030. They are not mutually exclusive, and reality will probably include all elements of this, both AI generated and human ones. So Whatever the actual future, it will be influenced by the adoption and adaptation of those high-tech technologies. It will shape our radio future, and it will depend on us how it will look like. Now, let me say a few words how we at Sputnik use AI. AI is seeping into all industries, and radio is no exception for us. So I must say that we have a convergent newsroom. By a convergent newsroom, I mean that all processes are interrelated. Journalists are, a journalist is a universal soldier. He or she is capable of performing all sorts of things all at once. Shooting a video, reporting on the scene, writing an article based on the quotes he or she gathered, doing a live radio report, etc., etc. So we experiment with different kinds of AI. Let me give you a list of them. First, we do the cloning of radio presenters. We do the cloning of their voices in order not to waste his or her time doing voiceover of every particular story, because there are dozens of stories, dozens of reports that we do for the radio, and also the short clips accompany the programs. With the AI such as ChatGPT, and also with the AI which was specifically designed for our company, we do the translations. Then most often they're English to Russian, Russian to English, Spanish, Arabic, Chinese, and different languages translations. And with the help of the AI bots, we also do the subtitles for the videos, for example. We do the of radio streaming. For example, there is a radio host talking to an expert online, live on radio. So we cut this chunk of video right from our studio in Washington, D.C. We cut it out. We put, with the help of the AI, the subtitles. And so it goes online and different platforms like Twitter and Telegram, for example. So, and now, as a result of these actions, it is good for any type of audio, visual, and text. We also do produce creative elements for the production of radio clothes, call it radio clothes. By that, I mean the radio jingles, the catchy tunes, like program headers, backgrounds, and closing elements for the radio. They are made in accordance with our general style of the Sputnik radio station. We also produce the elements of music that is played on the radio, some sound effects, and as I said, again, jingles. And the latest AI tool that we experiment with, which was rather popular among readers, is the script writing based on some particular topic and the information we need. And we have a project called Nika. So it's a very attractive young lady, which talks about very specific and very serious things, like weapons, like real conflicts, Israeli-Palestinian, for example, the conflict in Ukraine. Talks about different types of weapons, ballistic missiles. So it looks rather funny, and the readers do not expect from the very first moment they see her that such a young and gentle lady would talk about such things. So this type of content, goes also online. It goes on our Telegram channel. It accompanies our Twitter streamings, and as I said, becoming more and more popular. So to sum up my discussion, what I really wanted to say, with the help of visuals, with the help of the accompanying text, and with the help of AI and new technologies, we are able to make better radio. And a better radio means more people involved and more people reacting and interacting with our service. So thank you so much. That is everything I wanted to share with you today. I hope some of the information that I shared was, of help to you. Thank you so much and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Victoria. I think you stressed the point of the convergence. How do we get to integrate the medium into the other spaces, especially the issue of artificial intelligence? So which means we have got quite a lot of competing spaces. So from your speech, I think you beg a question of how have we fared as practitioners in taking the medium to some of these touch points where our audience is, and now we are competing with a whole lot of things. I think from here, we should actually have a forum where we discuss these best practices. How can we best integrate this medium? Because virtually, I think it kills the essence of the theater of the mind, but it's the reality, it's where we are going. So people now want to engage more virtually. I mean, visually instead of virtually. So a challenge to Dr. Malaj. You should organize a forum with colleagues from the other parts of the world, and let's discuss how can we best change the perception that, no, it's a blind medium. You must just imagine the presenter. These days, the actual practitioners are the ones who entertain us on other platforms. So maybe we need to know them. Someone online sent a voice note. And I think it relates to what Victoria is saying about integrating the medium, about having lost some of loyal listeners to the competing interest online.
I don't listen to radio because I believe I'm not the target market anymore. I was a target market when I was using a Spoly, the phone that doesn't have internet, because I felt I don't have anything to do with that phone. As long as it's not a smartphone, the only thing I was able to do with it was to listen to radio. But then now, I believe it's irrelevant for me to listen to radio because I can get any information on the internet if I want to. So I believe I'm not the target market for it.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Do you know what Spoly is? That phone without internet, and that smaller than a phone. So which means now, the more we progress towards technology, it seems like radio is also getting some disadvantages. All right, so maybe the director of the school can have such a conversation at a higher level. How do we teach radio? How prepare our practitioners for this kind of world where people think, no, man, I can get whatever they're going to say on radio, on the internet. Is current affairs still current if I'm going to listen to it at 6 p.m. and the story perhaps broke at 1 p.m. and is already on the internet? I don't know. I'm just saying. But for those, especially for the benefit of the students, why a World Radio Day? It was proclaimed in 2011 by UNESCO, recognizing its importance, why and the role it played, and the potential role it can still play. That is why we need to keep on celebrating it and show its significance. And just a message, let me reiterate a message from the Director General of UNESCO about this very same day, its significance. because they are quite sort of a custodian of this thing. So Ms. Audrey Ozele, Director General of UNESCO, on the occasion of World Radio Day, 13 February 2024, she says, on this World Radio Day, we celebrate not only the history of radio, but also its central role in our societies now and in the years to come. The year 2024 marks a milestone in the history of this medium. It is the year we celebrate the centenary of the first live radio broadcast of the Olympic Games. Get where it started? The first live radio broadcast of the Olympic Games, and on the eve of the next Games in Paris. This milestone reminds us that since its creation at the end of the 19th century, radio has always been with us, bring us together around powerful moments and shared emotions. And so, for over a century, it has been informing us, entertaining us, and also educating us, as this year's theme underlines. So it is all the more true today, despite the growing influence of the internet and the social networks. Radio continues to be a prime source of information and entertainment. It is estimated that over 4 billion people still listen to radio. Radio is also the medium that reaches places others do not. While almost a third of the population did not have a decent internet connection in 2023, a proportion that rises to half of the population in rural areas. Radio is more inclusive, it is accessible, and particularly in crisis situations. For example, in Afghanistan, following the decision with UNESCO immediately and firmly condemned to deprive Afghan girls and women of their fundamental right to learn and teach, and the organization has put in place what is in effect education over the airwaves, supporting Radio Begum in particular. This radio station, run by Afghan women, causes and gives them a voice. Radio can also be voice of the voiceless, enabling all individuals and communities to express themselves and to bring the diversity of their cultures to life. That is why UNESCO supports and encourages community radio all over the world. As we see it, radio is more than a technical means of broadcasting. It embodies a certain idea of information, cultural diversity, and education for all. And we could go so far as to say that radio can and must be a humanist medium. Today, 13 February, may we once again acknowledge the road traveled by radio and the power of its airwaves to build, to broadcast, and the possibility of a better world. That is the message from UNESCO. I thought you would clap and say, wow, radio is actually going into the second century. And still those who may have thought that it's dying, 4 billion people, it's a considerable number, but we can improve. With that, allow me to welcome the director of the School of Languages and Communication Studies, Professor Mpoto Moroboya, to give us remarks. And after that, choir, please give us a rendition immediately after his talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Murera, for the opportunity that you have afforded to me. I've just been requested to give a message of support. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge and recognize the established protocol of the university. I can see that the highest echelon of the university is here, represented by the Executive Director of Marketing, Mr. Homoeswana here. Your presence is acknowledged, sir. And go on and greet all of us by saying Tobela, Tobela, Abusheni. I'm reading. No, in the material. Yes, in the material. Yes, as it has already been mentioned, colleagues, I'm the sitting director of the School of Languages and Communication Studies. It is actually incumbent upon me to know all these languages, particularly our regional African languages. I'm learning, and I know I'm getting there. I think I must also continue to greet all the esteemed guests that are here present from our different local and regional radio stations. I recognize some of the managers here, the radio station managers, Pala Pala FM, Radio Tobela, Mungana Lonene, Perfect radio station. I can see colleagues who are coming from there. We also have our local radio station, Radio TEF. Radio TEF, I greet all of you this wonderful morning. On behalf of the School of Languages and Communication Studies, I would like to offer this message of support for this wonderful day that is annually celebrated, World Radio Day. Mr. Morera was giving us history, and you know, as I do, that history provides context. He was just briefing us of where and how the whole idea of celebrating this day started, in order to contextualize everything that is going to be said here. The School of Languages and Communication Studies, I think I must make mention of this because it's of utmost importance, comprises of 3 departments. We have the Department of Languages, which endeavors to promote and develop our regional African languages. We also have English in them. We have performing arts also attached to the department. Secondly, we have DCMI. This is the department that is hosting you here, the Department of Communication, Media, and Information Studies. So communication and media are interwoven, interconnected, intertwined. But this time around, you are hosted by the Program of Media Studies in the Department of Communication, Media, and Information Studies. The last department in our school is Translation, Linguistics, and Interpreting. So you can see the interdisciplinariness of the 3 departments, as it were. Language, when you broadcast, you make use of language. You communicate, you share ideas. So we are one like that. One other important thing that I would like to mention here is that all our programs, colleagues, all our programs that are on offer, our offerings, are accredited by Council on Higher Education. So all our students must be rest assured that upon completion of their media studies qualification, for example, this time around, they need to know that they will need to have their fears allayed, that their qualification is accredited. That is the first thing that I wanted to make mention of. Colleagues, experts have spoken. You know, we always say expertise. Expertise lies in the departments. Expertise lies in the programs. We have Dr. Malaji here. We have Dr. Juniper here. We have other colleagues from the program of media studies in the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies. Those are experts. We depend on them for the review of the curriculum. Mr. Mrara has mentioned of, you know, factoring in new ideas in terms of how to teach radio broadcasting. We are currently busy with BA review, and I hope and believe that colleagues are doing exactly that, factoring those ideas into the program in order to make our program relevant and marketable, and even relatable, if I may use the word. Yes, that's where we are, colleagues. So it is without controversy that radio still remains a powerful medium of communication, even during this increasingly growing digital broadcasting industry age, as it were. Professor Upape, I'm quoting him, that's the one who has said it. So its relevance is therefore immeasurable. It means there's no way in which we can say the relevance, the power, and the importance of radio. So practitioners and everyone who's attached to broadcasting, you must not look down upon yourselves. You are still relevant. You are still going to be relevant. You will be eternally relevant as long as you stand on your 2 feet and ensure that the profession does not go down the drain. Radio, colleagues, still continues to inform, to educate, and entertain us. It is accessible to a wider and diverse range of audience, particularly to us who live in far-flung areas. We come from far-flung areas, but you can see that these days we no longer have, you know, shall I use the word rural, where we come from, because our government is doing a great job. Our rural areas are turning into peri-urban areas. So thanks to that, as it were. So radio still remains relevant because of its convenience, because of its accessibility, because of its edutainment capacity, etc. Radio, colleagues, gives us up-to-date information. You know, news always breaks. Breaking news, we hear that from radio. So it is relevant. It is very, very important. Samrara has reiterated the fact that radio deals with with imaginations, the theater of the mind, as it were. So I cannot overemphasize that fact. More so because we are academics mainly. Academics deal with thinking. I mean, thinking. Our cognitive abilities have to be enhanced in order for us to come up with a relevant radio broadcasting programs, as it were. So, colleagues, it is therefore radio broadcasting is therefore immeasurably beneficial, and more importantly, great for us. So let us continue celebrating this day in order to revive, remind, and inspire one another about this sublime royal profession. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. As the choir is still preparing, maybe let me also play this.
songs. Yes, I listen to radio because it makes me to be up to date with the current news. It is a friend to rely on when it comes to songs because yeah, I love music. Again, it updates me with the time. So during the day when I'm busy with things out there, I don't have to go check my phone because of time. Nah, they will just mention it. It is very nice because it just entertains you even if you're busy. You don't have to sit down and watch it now. You just have to listen. One other thing that is interesting about it is that they allow us as listeners to participate. So you just call in and boom, your voice is on air. I thank you.
So this one expresses participation as well, that maybe they want to interact, maybe radio should even be more engaging. And Prof, an article published yesterday on the Conversation Africa, it also mentions an important point that in our context, particularly, as opposed to the West, radio is still a reliable source because of uneven internet connection, because of low literacy levels. So we do have many people in Africa who still embrace this medium. So you are very correct to say its relevance into this second century still is important. Choir, please give us a rendition as we prepare to go into our next item, which is going to be the student panel discussion. So the discussants in the panel, please prepare yourselves, and I think we are going to use the front seats. So as the choir sings, we can just shuffle things around to allow the student panelists to come and discuss from their perspective. How do they see radio today? Maybe they may not quite talk about where radio has been, but surely today is their moment, so they can explain, tell us where do they think radio is and where is headed. The panel will be adjudicated by Mr. Ngamula Chauke, who presents Capricorn FM talk show. It's, I don't know, is it still Limpopo's only commercial radio station? So, which means Ngamla, even today, he's going to enjoy this monopoly. Choir? Another rendition, please. On radio, they usually say technical cliches. Yeah, just one short rendition. Thank you very much. I'm now handing over to, I don't know if Nkamula is exactly what it means in my language, because it's in a different language, but Nkamula is going to facilitate the next two items. One is a student panel, and then the second one, it's going to be expert panel. That is where we're going to have those Dilai Wahale in my language. But just in short, Nkamula Chauke is the executive producer of Capricorn Talk on Capricorn FM, Limpopo's hottest frequency, and he's also anchoring the very same show, and he's a news editor as the station as well. And theater of imagination, I'm sure you would not have imagined this flamboyant young man here who smiles, because on air he becomes something else. So ladies and gentlemen, Nkamula Chauke.
Thank you. Sorry, what does Nkamula means in your language?
It means exactly how you look like.
I didn't say that. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Still just about 29 minutes after 11. Noting time is quite a radio thing to do. I was just making sure I'm saying good morning and it's still morning. As he said, my name is Nkamula Chauke. I am honored and privileged to be among you today, to be commemorating the International Radio Day, the World Radio Day. I think all of us, if we needed to tell a story, would have one about radio and how radio introduced itself into our lives. That at some point in our lives, outside the fact that we're in this auditorium, we've had an experience with radio, and radio has impacted our worldview. But of course, we're going to find out from our panelists how it has impacted theirs. Someone said something, and of course today I'm not a speaker. I am merely the conduit. I'm merely the one facilitating to hear the speakers. But when one of the speakers was speaking, was talking about whether radio is challenged as a medium. Challenged is the right word, yes it is, but it will compete. It has continued to compete, and it continues to compete with all the other competing mediums that are there. One thing that the radio will always compete with, it's the humanist element. You listen to radio not only because you want to hear the news, because you want to engage to a live body. Very few will give that immediately. You watch television, but most of it, apart from sports, is pre-recorded. And there isn't a direct and immediate interaction. But the radio, there is. So when I laugh on the radio, which I do not do, those who listen to me just picked up that. Now, it's real. Mr. Khomesan would know I'm nice in person, Mr. Khomesan, as opposed to the interviews. Well, those interviews are determined by what's happening at that time. But that is real. And that you cannot take away from radio. You probably will not give it to TV. You probably may not give it to other mediums in the immediate nature of it. You need very little to no setup. Thank you. You need very little to no setup, apart from your phone, to interact in a radio. So that, for me, will compete for a very long time. Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone, to the hierarchy of so this actually happens in a studio. Everything I've seen here today happens in a studio, mind you, including blaming the technical team for it every time it happens. Okay, So we're going to talk about radio, and for me it's to facilitate, and it's a very friendly facilitation that we're going to have. Generally, I would even love for you to engage in any way, form, or shape. I wonder if these work, but we'll see if we can fit you in. It will fit you in what will be happening here. So I've got my panelists that are sitting with me. And so this is a student panel. We've got Mr. Michael Nkuna. There's Mr. Nkuna. Welcome, Mr. Nkuna. Miss Itumeleng Dipila. Miss Shonani Mufamadi. Mr. Nicholas Maimela. Mr. Mpulu Murokolo. Mr. Anod Baburi. Where's Mr. Baburi? Oh, it's him. Okay, great. All right, so that is my panel, and a bit later we'll have experts, and I would pick up questions for experts. Perhaps there's a lot of notes that they were making. There's a lot to go through as experts, but being in the field is easier to answer some of these questions that looks tricky, I can assure you. Because daily experiences empowers you, you find the loopholes. Here's a simple one. When someone says, I can read online a newspaper article, by all instances you read a shortened version of what the person said. Very short. So we pick up a line that will strike you and relate to you and put it in the article. When you listen to an interview, you can hear Mr. Khomeswan now is getting upset. That you don't get in an article. The emotive nature of it. Okay, I've spoken to him, so is what I'm going to give him an example of a lot. Okay, so that you can't take away from the media. And this is what we're going to get. Ladies and gentlemen, my panelists, I would like to know from you as students, as people that are learning about the medium and are obviously invested in being part of it, engaging in it, investing in it. I made some notes earlier that if you want to be part of any medium, perhaps one of the few things you need to do is to always keep abreast of its developments. It's to always be part of it and know what is happening, but remain relevant all the time. One question, and colleagues would know that they always ask when you go into an interview, is they, especially in current affairs, they ask you, what is leading in the news today? Always. Because they want to tell, do you know current affairs? So they will always ask you that. And you're speaking to someone who worked in a community radio, who worked in the SABC, who works in a commercial radio now as Capricorn FM. I spent 12 years at the SABC and some years in Palabra Community Radio and almost 4 to 5 now at Capricorn FM. So I've had the experiences of a community, of a commercial, and of a public. I actually wrote for a newspaper at some stage as well. So those platforms at some point, of course, come together. But let me start quite briefly. I would like you to tell us about how you understand the role of radio in the 21st century. I'll start at my far end there. Because we're meeting for the first time, and in the beginning, you can reintroduce yourself and just briefly just give a minute or so answer to the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. My name is Morokolo Mpolo, and I'm a presenter, producer, and a sports anchor to Radio TEF. To answer your question, radio is, for me, it's very relative, to us individuals, regardless of age, regardless of time, space, wherever we are, in the sense that it allows us to engage with the listener. It allows the listener to engage with us. It allows us to, as much as radio, we have discussed that it has competitors, from other mediums itself. Which other medium doesn't have a competitor? That's the question. Every medium has a competitor, but what I like about radio is that it's adapting all the time. from now we have different ways in which a person can engage with us on radio. They can call us, they can text us on WhatsApp, they can engage with us on our Facebook, X, on any social media platforms, and it brings us closer together. So in the 21st century, in 2024, it was mentioned that we have radio globally, we have over 4 billion listeners. I mean, that's more than half of the world's population. So for me, I would say that radio, indeed, it's doing a very, very, very good job. It's very much active. It's very much keen on adaptability. And yeah, that is my say on.
Thank you very much. We're going to try and keep time as well. So let's make it as brief as possible, as concise as possible.
Good morning, if it's still morning. My name is Mr. Maimela from Radio TEF, sports presenter and the technical manager. And then on the issue of radio, I think radio has played and is still playing a very big role in informing the community or actually the surrounding communities where the radio itself is situated, and also what it does, it makes sure that it provides the validation, because if you can go straight to, for example, for social media, there are more fake news around, and in that way, radio in itself, whoever listens to radio understands that whatever that you hear on radio is something that was researched, and it's something that you can lean on if you were to take a decision, especially in the morning. And the other thing that I think it still stand out from the rest is that it continues to inform. And even today, as I'm talking to you, if you go around and around the complex there, you will you may come across with others who are listening to the radios. It simply means that radio still plays a very big role in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. As we continue, don't go far away from your mic so everyone can consistently hear you.
Oh, good morning. My name is Michael Nkuna, also from Radio TEF, doing a morning breakfast there. So to comment and to answer the question, I can say radio remains significant, and we still stands around 3 major things that we do: information, education, entertainment. And Mr. Chauke said something that there are things which TV cannot really take from radio. And I'm glad, because last time I checked, radio has always found its ways to actually take the shape of an amoeba, if I can say that. We adapt to everything that is going on. If you can look, TV now you are able to access audio channels, which you cannot access TV on radio. I'm emphasizing on the point that you said, that there are things which TV cannot actually take from radio. So we remain relevant in that regard. Now we are able to access radio everywhere, and I think we are 2 men in here. So it means all of us can be able to access radio with the gadgets that we have right now, all of us. But you cannot be able to access television. So it means we remain relevant, and we will continue to be relevant, and I'm confident about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gratitude Program Director, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I go by the name of Mofama Dishonani. And I think the radio is still relevant because we count on it as a right now form of a source of information. Whenever you need something, it's either be information, entertainment, education, the level of authenticity, you find it in radio. Unlike the misinformation and the vast amount of false information goes around in the public. And then radio goes beyond where technological can't. Although there are new inventions of podcast, online radio, streaming, etc., radio still remains. It adapts to those technologies. It goes beyond literacy. It is not hesitant to share information. It provides social cohesion, trust, and peace from different ethnics, tribes, the groups, all the privileges, all the illiterate and the literate. It doesn't care. So radio will remain relevant even in the future. In the future, it is adaptable to whatever content that suits the preferences of the particular individuals at that moment. I thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Itumeleng Dipela. I am a final year media studies student. I'm a radio presenter, a news anchor, a sportscaster, as well as a voiceover artist. So I believe that radio still remains relevant even in this digital era or environment that we are living in. We are living in the era of podcasts, and radio as well has adapted to this environment where we have podcasts that you can always listen to at the convenience of your own time. And also its immediacy with news updates coupled with familiarity of trusted hosts and journalists continues to make it a go-to source of breaking news. And I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that radio educates us. There are learning programs on radio that accommodates every age group, every tribe, as well as everyone who would like to access it whenever. So it still remains relevant in my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arnold Baburi, and I'm a master's student. I'm doing my first year or first level in masters, and I once had my own internet radio station called New World FM. So to answer the question, the role of radio, so I would like to be concise and clear because the program director didn't ask us about the future of radio or about the relevance of radio. So the role of radio is still the same because the role of radio is to disseminate information, educate people, and also entertain them. So about the future of radio or about the relevance of radio, I will answer that when the program director asks us to do. Thank you.
And that's the funny thing, isn't it? No, I actually love people who answer what they've been asked, because usually the questions are set up in a chronological order. There's a point you're getting to, so you start, and build. So yes, thank you. I'm gonna get to it. As a matter of fact, let me start here. So we're not saying that the radio is not being challenged. That would be ignoring what we see. If you watch TikTok, someone is able to speak and someone is able to respond immediately, whether typing or otherwise. They're able to interact and engage. So we're not saying it's not being challenged. And there are many other instances where it could provide a challenge for radio. But well, at least I said it could compete. But I want to hear from you, your take, being students of the industry, learning about it. So let me start here. There are a number of developments in the industry that challenges radio, that saturates the digital space, whether you want to talk about TikTok, whether you want to talk about WhatsApp. I know that on WhatsApp, people can actually speak and engage and respond right there. You can have a meeting as you have in a Zoom platform, if you like. So, what are some of the opportunities and challenges that the radio is facing when you're looking at the developments in the digital space? Let's start here.
Thank you once again, Program Director. May you please repeat the question?
Okay, that's fine. So I'm saying, what are some of the challenges that are there for radio that are provided by what you see in the digital space? What are the opportunities as well that are there for radio despite the challenges in the digital space? So this is to say, this could be bad for radio, this could be good for radio.
Okay, let me start about the challenges. The challenges that radio is facing is the issue of losing listenership, because most of young people nowadays are preferring podcasts. Reason being that in podcasts, or when it comes to podcasts, they use any language, even vulgar language. So most of young people, they prefer the use of a vulgar language. So as young people, we are tending to listen to podcasts because radio is regulated and is also formal. Another thing is the issue of losing revenue in terms of ads. As I said, podcasts are taking away advertisers. Advertisers nowadays are preferring to, or are considering podcasters when it comes to promoting their own products and services, because it seems like podcasters are gaining more followers than radio stations. As I said, radios are losing listeners due to its formalities. So this is the challenge that radio is facing. And then when it comes to opportunities that radio are providing, I don't want to lie, I don't know how to answer this question, because when it comes to opportunities, it seems like radio is also taking some of our television elements. It is no longer the radio as we know it. So in this way, it is able to provide young people or people in general with opportunities to become podcasters instead of just radio presenters or broadcasters. Because nowadays, if you check radio, radio, more especially internet radio stations or radio that adopted internet or digital elements, it is now possible for broadcasters to also go live while presenting.
Yeah.
So this is another opportunity that radio is bringing on the table, because it is no longer about what we call...
Okay, let's do this. Gather your thoughts there. And we'll come back and we'll keep having opportunities. We just go just watch our time as well. Take, okay. So when you put yours on, it switches mine. So yours must be off for mine to go. So you'll have to wait for me. Yeah. So just let's, if we can, let's just compact our thoughts. If you can take to compact your thoughts, that will be great.
Okay, so I think one of the opportunities is that radio has become a more interactive media, blurring the lines between broadcasters and listeners. I mean, right now we are able to engage with our favorite hosts, and I remember this at the station, they were live on TikTok during the show, and they reached a certain listener. It was more like a video call. So that listener was able to pass a comment through the live and engaging in a real-time conversation with the broadcaster. So I think it's also that it accommodates this new generation of listeners. We are the new generation of listeners, and we love TikTok. So you'd find that it accommodates us in a way that it would interview a well-known TikTokers, and obviously would want to tune in to hear what our favorite TikToker has to say on air, thus generating a lot of listeners on air. So I think that is the good side. And one of the challenges would be losing some listeners because of the content.
Because content.
Yes, because of content. There are stations that still broadcast what we don't prefer as youth. So.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We'll come back to that. So we're still on the advantages and disadvantages of radio in the digital saturated space. Ma'am?
Thank you. I would like to look at the opportunities first. The first one is the shift in digital platforms, the invention of online streaming, podcasting. This has presented an opportunity to reach larger audiences globally and also in terms of revenues. Another opportunity is that the radio offers a chance of diversified content. In the instances of podcasting, you find that it is more democratized, that it does not have a limit, it does not necessarily depend on that the person has to acquire media qualification or communication qualification or sort of, and then this means that the connectivity will be broader and the creativity will be larger. And then the radio stations also, the digitalized one can localize a niche to cater specific audience depending on our on the demand, since the advancements of technology and also the audience preferences, looking at how things are being invented with the technology. And then another opportunity is community engagement. They also cater for community engagement, fostering a sense of community. And then the challenges now becomes to the listenership. People are, this invention of new digitalized radio station is posting a threat to the traditional radio stations where they are losing their listenership. However, whatever that can be broadcasted can also be podcasted. And then the abundance of content across various platforms, there is no limit. Misinformation, language use, authenticity, and so on. And then for literature, adopting to those digital radio stations, how about the old age, for example? How do they use the technologically advanced devices to access the content, which means that they will refer to the traditional radio? I thank you.
Thank you.
So one other challenge that I think is worth mentioning is listening to radio, especially online. It's very expensive because you need to be connected. Some, yes, you can access them for free via downloading the app, but some you require data to listen. And also the other challenge, of course, is the listenership. As one of the panelists mentioned, we are losing young people mostly online, listening to radio online, because old people banally that box. So right now we always have our phones in our pockets, we're always traveling, so we are able to listen to radio in that regard, but we're losing young people online, because for us as young people, we don't have time to sit down and be listening to the little box there. And the advantage is one that I mentioned. Radio always found or managed to, found its way or to cover itself around any other invention there is, in terms of we are able to access it everywhere. You mentioned TikTok as well. So we are able to scout talent on TikTok. We are able to, there are those, they actually do content on radio, based on radio or TikTok. So we are able to scout talent in that regard. TikTok is able to expose these young stars to get into radio, because at some point we feel like they're hidden. We don't have access to them. So these other, inventions that are coming, they always find themselves back into radio. That's what I think. Thanks.
Thank you.
And okay, there is voice note. I had voice note there.
Please bring the mic closer.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now? I think you can. So, I was still wanted to talk about the voice note that was saying the radio is no longer relevant to me because I'm able to navigate through social media and look at the news. And I do agree with that person. And that one plays in a disadvantage part when it comes to the community media also. I mean community radio station also, because it's not that much easy for someone who saw the departments breaking news on their pages on social media, and at the end of the day, for example, during the current affairs in the evening, there is still someone who's going to listen to myself. So it's debatable also. But I wanted to touch on the other advantage on our side as community radio station. We nurture the talent. We grow the talent. We give them skills. And disadvantage to others is that they're taking those people away from us. And at the end of the day, we continue nurturing or getting the new ones, actually from the grassroots. Okay, from the grassroots as we are. That is the main thing that I think we are capable of doing. But the disadvantage of that thing is that the commercial ones, they're taking those people away from us. I thought I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. The word develop, they take, it's an economics question. So, however, I wonder if the retirees are able to go back into community radio and plow back and nurture without the possibility of leaving. Think about it. Don't answer that.
All right, thank you. I would say the pros and cons, right? There's a disadvantage, I would say, on the left, I would say it's existence. The existence of digital media, the new media itself, can be seen as a threat, to radio because one, it caused a lot of division. For example, one may say, no, I don't need to listen what's happening on the news, on radio. I can simply just go on social media, on X, and see what's trending, see what's happening on Facebook. And on the other side, I would say on regards to advertisement, someone may have 2-4 million followers on social media platforms like TikTok or X on Facebook, and then a friend would say, okay, fine, instead of me going to radio, let me just go to engage with this individual, and this person will actually advertise on my behalf. But then at the same time, right, they on the right hand of the side, I would say the advantage is the fact that radio adapts. If arguably, I don't think there's any other medium that adapts more than radio. There's Facebook, there's the pages or radio pages, accounts on Facebook. There's X, there's a radio pages on X. There's TikTok, presenters are on TikTok. So as much as, yes, social media, it's there, the new media, it's there, in a way, we are in a way following where someone is going to. Like, for example, if I'm not listening to radio, let's say I'm not listening to radio, I prefer to go on social media. Then you will find us there on X. If you say, no, I'm going to Facebook, you'll find us there on Facebook. No, I'm going to YouTube, you'll find us there on YouTube. So as much as it does have the disadvantages in the sense that there's new other elements, new media platforms, social media platforms, but everything that exists at some point will face a competitor, So in our space, we have the sense, we have the capability of adapting, finding ways of engaging with listeners. You can start a trend, start a topic, and you'll find listeners listener engaging on us on our social media platforms, calling us, texting us on WhatsApp, so on and so on. So as much as indeed there is a sense that a new platform is growing or a new platform is creating, you'll eventually find us there, which is what I like about radio. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are the mics on the desks working?
Yes,
Please switch off your mics. I need to keep you take two minutes and keep you engaged. We are talking about, someone mentioned the disadvantage of other platforms being that they are not regulated, being that you can say whatever you want to say in whatever language. There are people that relate to that, and that's fine, and that's why they go to those mediums. However, you can actually say things that are not factual, and no one holds you accountable. So you can even say Ngamola TC just fell on the stage there, and people start typing, oh, condolences, oh, sorry, oh, that guy, without verifying it. But when you go to formalized platform, which radio is, you get verifiable information, and that's one advantage. But, so I want to ask you, what do you think of regulated and unregulated information? You students of media, right? So what do you think of regulated and unregulated media and spaces? And I'm going wherever my hand falls. Please pick up your heads. Please pick up your heads. Look at me. Ceci, what do you think is the advantage of a regulated media? For it, quickly, go for it. My brother, when the lady's still thinking, help her out, rescue her. You also can't think of it, Ceci? Controlled, edited, yeah.
Good morning. I think it's still the morning. Are you asking the difference between regulated and unregulated media spaces, right?
And by virtue of that, the advantage, yes.
All right. I think the advantages of unregulated media platforms is that you're able to express yourself fully without fear of what is that word?
Yeah. Without fear of
being
prejudice.
You're able to express yourself without contradicting yourself, and even if you lie, no one is going to hold you accountable, right? And it's a free space because it's fun to be around, and it's fun to engage in a space where, you know, you speak freely about any topic. And then with regulated media, to a certain extent, because it is a media that is, like there's a security around that media. So I think the disadvantage that side is that you are limited in terms of topics. So when you speak, you need to do your research thoroughly. And if you don't do your research, you don't really have much to talk about.
Okay, thank you. Up there, someone mentioned content, that the youth want certain content. So content is what is being discussed. Talk to me about that. Who wants to talk to me about that?
Can I? Yeah.
Please go.
I also want to touch the regulated and unregulated part. It's also about the target audience at the end of the day. Now, in this broadcast that use colloquial language that is informal, us, the youth, yes, will be glued to the screen. But people who are more formal and want things that are more factual will go to the radio. So it's okay. We have space for regulated content. That's my put on it.
There, somewhere here. Anybody in this row here? Before my hand falls. Are you looking at me, Ceci? Okay, anybody here? Up there, where there's the cameraman. The ladies there. The cameraman, point one of those ladies. Is there a mic somewhere there? Okay, think about it. So what I just did is to say to you, I can come to you anytime. So follow the conversation as well. So that when I come to you, you know where we are. Is that okay with you? Okay. Now, so we're talking about, you know, people complain, especially those that work in the industry, that you take people from TikTok and platforms that are sometimes generally untrained people, you bring them into the radio, and because of followership that they have, because of the numbers and the popularity that they enjoy in those spaces, you bring them into radio, you may have challenges. It's not always the case. It sometimes happens because there is an element that part of it is talent, and part of it is training, part of it is knowledge. And we must accept that. Very little of it has to do with beautiful voices. And we must also acknowledge that. Now, so what is the impact of a personality, a radio person? What kind of characteristics do they need to bring out? What do you expect from them for them to be able to engage the audience in the way that they do? If I ask the elderly here, and I will at some point, who they believe are great radio presenters, they'll talk about people that were there in radio before it was Phala Phala. What was it called before it was Phala Phala? Radio Tando. But when you go to why, you'll find it's the personality and the way the personality did certain things. I'll start in the middle with my sister in the middle. So what do you think, Sissy? The importance of the personality, the radio personality, the presenter, and how they present themselves, the information that they give out in a radio space. I'm saying the importance of the personality, the presenter, how they present, who they are, and the information that they give out. Does it answer these issues of saying, the youth says, I can't relate to Ngamula, he sounds old. I can relate to Ngamula, he speaks like me.
Will you please come again?
Okay, let me do this. Okay, but all right. So here's what I'm saying. You know, as you listen to me now, as I speak to you, there are things you can relate to me in terms of how I pronounce them, how I say things, or you cannot. When you listen to a radio presenter, how important is that? So if you take someone who's from TikTok, because you can follow the TikTok and excitement and all of that, they come into radio. Do they make you more engaged as a young person? Just take a minute on the question. Yeah, please go on. Should I give you a minute to think about it? Okay, that's fine. Let me do that. My brother on the other side?
Yeah. I think it's important. It's important. Mostly we go for the best talent, when it comes to radio. And when you call someone, or maybe when someone comes to you and say, we want to work for you, you need to establish if this person is the right person to put on the bus through interviews, through auditions, through what they emphasize in the conversation, because obviously that someone is going to be part of you for the longest time, and you need someone who's going to complement your vision or your dream as a station. So I think personality plays a huge role in a sense of how the person delivers the content and how the person is doing the work. But it takes us back to the great personality of, is this person committed? Is this person able to, talk to listeners? Is this person able to deliver the content as it is required? So in our space, if you can't do that, we have an option to opt you to move on and find other greener pastures, because you are not the person we're looking. So personality is important, because also listeners, will keep glued to a certain show, like your talk show, how you deliver it. Some of us are glued to it because of how you take the show as yours and how you own the show. Thanks.
Well, thank you. It will help you to praise me when I'm here. You'll get more speaking time. The lady here, yes.
Yeah, I think it does play a root role, personality, talking about the voice, how the host presents, and how the host engages with listeners. I mean, I would prefer listening to someone whom, when I call in, it's more like we know each other personally. We are able to relate. I don't know if you do get my point, but relating to the host, you know, with the way the host presents his or her content. So I think it does play a huge role, and the charisma as well.
You know, when I moved, I was told that I need to speak about my day. And I thought, what? Why do I need to speak about my day? They said the listener needs to know you one of them. The things you go through, they go through. You need to ensure that the listener doesn't think you live in another world. So the reason you hear a presenter saying, there's a pothole in this and that, it's because they're trying to relate to you as well. So that point denotes home. My brother? Yeah, you?
All right. Can you please repeat
the presenter? What is the importance of the presenter? What role do they play?
I think you were talking about the issue of personality.
Mm.
Like, I want to know in terms of what, like, because people, they have different personalities, and as listeners, they also have different preferences.
Yeah.
So you want me to answer it in terms of listeners, how they prefer a presenter to be, or what?
Both. The presenter and how the listeners will relate to the presenter.
So, as I said, I think the issue of personality, it is a matter of preference. Some listeners, they prefer presenters to speak like, or to have an accent of Western people. Like that thing of saying, my name is Arnold Babore, you know. And then, other listeners, they prefer presenters to be real, to use their real accent and real voices, to speak like comrades. For example, if I become a presenter, I have to speak.
Please speak like a comrade for a second. Yeah.
You know how comrades speak, like that thing. They don't change or fake their accent. They are real. Like, yeah, my name is Arnold Baburi.
Yeah.
I'm from Malamule.
Yeah.
I don't have to sound like I'm from America. Like, my name is Arnold Baburi. Yes, I'm on air now. So, as I said, the issue of personality is a matter of preference. And then another thing, I also think that it depends on the content that you are doing or presenting.
Yeah.
For example, you can't present a love show using a comrade accent.
Oh, Baburi way.
For example, you can't say, yeah, today we're talking about love, you know, relationships, this and that. No, you have to be romantic. You expect you to be romantic as a presenter.
Thank you, Baburi. Okay. The last two there. Let me start here. Ceci, you want to go? You okay? You've gathered your thoughts. Okay, let's start with the Ceci in the middle. Yeah.
I do believe that personality plays a huge role in terms of brand identity. The face of the presenter in such radio stations, it helps and defines the station's character. What radio station is this? What content are we gonna obtain from such, from all the personality and the charismatic traits that the person is portraying? It also matters in terms of audience engagement. Some audiences prefer personality over the content. They're just in love with who the person is. Maybe it is a celebrity or sort of. And then adaptability and the form of they get to familiarize themselves with such personality, and it fosters engagement. I thank you.
Thank you. My brother, yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't have many, but voice, accent or language, and a little bit of research. Those are the things I think different listeners would need. For example, myself, I may not be in a position to, or maybe, let me say, there is a program. So,
Yes, go on. Yeah. You can speak in your language. Yeah. The mic, yeah.
okay, I choose programs based on what I prefer. For example, some would choose music over the presenter. Some will choose voice over whatever that we may choose. But I think what is more important is the research, as you already said, that community radio, the listeners need validation. Like information needs to be validated. It should be information that is truthful. I think that is the most important thing when we talk about this issue of a personality.
All right, thank you. My brother at the end.
Right, I would say yes, personality does play a big role, but then your personality, I would say how you conduct yourself on radio. You need to conduct yourself in a way that the listener can relate to. Like Comrade spoke about how, you cannot really, I can't go on, for example, a community radio station in Mankweng and talk as if I'm from, the United States. It's not something that the listener would relate to, but also your personality does enable you to, in a way, have your own show. Like, one's personality can also determine which show is best suited for you, but at the same time, you need to have knowledge. You need to be informative. How can you conduct yourself on radio if you really don't know what you're going to say on radio? So as much as personality, yes, does play a role, you need to, at the same time, to be informative, and you need to be able to relate to the listener. The listener needs to be relate to you. You need to have found a common ground, with the listener, in the sense that it'll keep the engagement going, it'll keep the show going, it'll keep the show active. And yes, that is what I would like to say. Personality, yes, it does play a big information, research, and how you conduct yourself on radio also does play a big role. Thank you.
Thank you. So every time you hear, especially all radio shows, they are researched, they are also scripted. When I worked in the community radio, I didn't script. Well, because there wasn't anyone that handled content. The person that was the programs manager used to love to listen to Mngana Lonene a lot, and that was his experience about radio. The person that he was a teacher. The person that was the station manager used to listen to other radios, and that is as far as it went with his experience on radio. So none of us who worked there at that time had any experience. What did we do? We listened to others and replicated. So some of us are here, some of us left and did other things. But technically it's researched, it's scripted, you need to know what you're talking about. Because if you do a show like I do, like I know Mr. Make has done, people will call you immediately to say you are lying. They don't say, no, you have missed the point. They say you are lying. Immediately. You can speak alone for an hour, no one says anything, you make a mistake, immediately you are lying, my brother. So you need to know your facts, and that is of course a research. Okay, so we're going to go to, I'm about to wrap up, so we can also get the other panelists to come in. I've got to ask, so we agree that there are challenges against radio. There are many other platforms that are challenging radio. How can radio use those platforms to create what Mr. Mrero says, a convergence that will overall have an overarching effect and ensure radio continues to exist despite the challenges? So here's what I'm saying. How can you bring a video into a studio to capture the element of visuals, to capture the element of TikTok, so you can have live streaming of shows. I know there are shows that are streamed live. And what else can you do then to ensure that the radio survives the challenges that are there? Not even survive, coexist with the challenges that are there. So how can radio metamorphosize and coexist in spite of the digital space? But there's something very important, content. So we are saying, we agree, it's about the content you listen to. Who wants to agree there in the auditorium? There, up there, anyone wants to agree that mostly, even before you go to the presenter, it's about what the presenter is talking about? Is that the case? Is that why you listen? I know in the SABC there are these late night shows that that people listen to because of the topics. Yeah, they talk about moro and many other things. Moro, you know, in Xitsonga, it's vegetables, nah? Yeah, okay. Anyone wants to agree to content? How important is access there? Do you have a mic? Please use the mic. Okay, please speak louder. Yeah, go on.
Hearing from the panelists, one of them said the voice of the presenter is what's more important. But then according to me, it's not the voice, because it's the voice, but then not the personality, because it is based on what you are presenting. You have to click with what you are presenting. You can, like you said before, that you are different on air, like you are now. It means you can manipulate what you're saying on air. Yeah, I think the content is what's important.
Okay, any other person? But because I've taken you, just for a second, I've taken you earlier, ne? Okay, no, fine. Take 30 seconds, go on.
Personally for me, I want to comment on that one of scouting talent from media. I think it's a bit dangerous. Who I am in the comfort of my camera is not who I am with everybody else. You could see me zealous and energetic in front of the camera, but when I get to the studio, I'm like, I don't know what to do. So for me, it's a bit of a skeptical game, because who I am there is not who I am in real life. Yeah.
That defeats the ends of information. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of radio being a tool of information to society, if we are rather going to focus on the personality of the person who's going to be delivering the news? Because there seems to be very little emphasis, at least from what I've heard from the panel, on the skills that the person possesses, their education, and what they are able to deliver as an individual. What contributions are you bringing to the society and the news, and how you are going to amplify it with your own skills? How does someone who is a TikTok personality going to talk and contribute on what they think about a genocide and how they interact with others who want to give their own opinions, for example?
Okay. Lastly? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes.
Which is hosted by a woman called Ntombi. And other shows, well, I'm just giving examples. But I think the personality of the presenter goes a lot more than the content, because it shapes the content. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the content is not important, but who this person is, Ntombi, her demeanor, You know, even if it's on radio, there's an aura there. It makes me want to listen to her whenever I'm free at 9, even if I'm working, you know. It's her personality. Some other people would love just ice, and you know, I think the personality goes a lot more than the content. It in fact shapes the content that this person is presenting, and that is from an audience point of view.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that feedback. Lastly, as we wrap up, I was going to ask you a question about the convergence, but we're going to wrap up. So I want you to put two things together, your last words and the convergence issue as a possible solution. If you that's fine. Just your last words. Let's use a minute. I'll start here from the comrade. Your last words.
All right, thank you. So what I can say about radio is that in future, radio will be an incorporation or amalgamation of different elements. In the future, it will be difficult for people to differentiate radio and other platforms, because in the future, you will be able to tune in to your Munganolonane, for example, using Facebook or TikTok and watch the presenter while presenting. And this reality already started in some radio stations, because around 2020, as I said, I once had my own radio station or internet radio station, and it was possible for me to broadcast while people are watching me, meaning that my radio station had an element of both radio, television, and even journalism. I don't want to use the word print media, because, you know, once things are posted on internet are not print. So it also had an option of writing articles. Yeah. So this means that we need to come up with a new definition of radio, because the old definition is outdated.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ceci?
I think I'll wrap by saying we should continue embracing the possibilities that lie ahead in the radio industry, and celebrate the advancements as well in technology that will enhance our listening experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ceci?
I wrap up by saying that the future of radio is likely to involve continued digitalization. Radio is versatile. It will always remain relevant and be relevant, be informative, as it always has been and will always be. And then the integration of those emergencies of technologies, like, for instance, the AI assistants, which were mentioned by our honorable guest speaker, Victoria, and then the traditional broadcasting may coexist with on-demand and interactive formats, adapting to the preferences and the lifestyle of this diverse audience. I thank you.
Thank you. My brother?
So I think part of that we started doing, because as I said, we have audio channels on TV, and now a presenter is able to go live in studio to reach other, you know, audience. And also through this, we began to do that on Twitter. I saw, you can also do that on Twitter. And also I saw Apple is trying to get people to develop their own radio with their own playlist. So radio will always find itself gelling so nicely into these other new inventions. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Radio will always continue to adapt, always find itself in a new space, and I believe that even if that's the case, we shouldn't actually forget about our core primary functions, or what makes us unique. It's to be informative, to inform, it's to educate, it's to entertain. You know, for example, let's say, for example, there's we're on Facebook. You know, What should make us unique is that the fact that we are informative, which means we have to be credible, because I remember we spoke about how someone on social media, it lacks regulations. I can just say, for example, go on Facebook and say I'm the president of South Africa, but as a radio personnel, it's not something that you can say, because it's untrue. So as much as yes, we do adapt, as much as yes, we do grow, as much as we have 4 billion listeners globally, and I think that's worth something we should brag about. We should not lose our core functions. It's to inform, to entertain, to educate, to interact with the listener in every space and medium there is. Thank you.
Thank you. So my brother decided to overgo, to simply say thank you, right? I'm not skipping you, ne? You're fine. I'm not skipping you. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Now, to the panelists, thank you very much for your contributions and your insights. And they were able to stimulate the audience's insights as well. And we are able to know what are we thinking around it, what can be done as those that develop the content now, those that developed the curriculum as well. We'll look into these things that you say and see how they shape the future of what is taught and what is actually done. I want to thank you very much for being brave and being very great panelists. Okay, so I'm going to ask the choir to usher the panelists back to their seats and usher the new panelists into their seats. Thank you. Is our choir still here? Now, please, you will continue as our panelists continue to come in front. Please, our panelists, I am aware you are aware of your important role that you're playing today. Please join us so that we can continue. And the band, the choir, please be on standby. Continue as our panelists are setting themselves up and preparing themselves to come. Just a few that are remaining here. Thank you, choir.
Sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo. Ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza.
Umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza wena uhleli. Umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza yena uhleli. Sithi
ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza.
umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza yena uhleli. Umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza yena uhleli.
Umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza yena uhleli.
Sithi
ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza. Umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza yena uhleli. Umtonjanilo, umtoteni, tina siyasebenza yena uhleli.
Sithi
ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo, ambuyo, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza, ambuyo sebenza.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying, me and many others that listen to radio, and others that are fortunate to be the ones that engage, because to be able to engage, you must listen to the other person and respond to what they say, or take an issue forward based on what they said. You are able to gauge and assess what they are saying, their ability to have captured the essence of a matter or a conversation. I say this more so for the benefit of the audience, but particularly for the students that are in the audience. most of us have opinions and have views. What we should at some point ask is, are our views and opinions engaging the facts of the matter? Are they engaging the societal issue as it is factually? Because most of us sometimes tends to speak from the headlines we read. So a headline says, he fell on his face. And without reading the body of it, you think someone probably tripped and fell, and you comment on how unsafe this space is. While in reality, they meant he shamed himself. This happens a lot when you listen to radio. This happens a lot when you listen to debates, that sometimes we don't take the time to familiarize ourselves with the facts of the content or whatever the topic is. Now, these are industry heavyweights. These are people that have gone before me. I've at least guided one of them. I withdraw. But these are knowledgeable people. If indeed this is your space, this is where you want to be, these are the people to listen to. These are employers. This is experience that sits before you. So let's listen and engage. Because you see, giving an opinion is the simplest thing. It's actually something that the radio helps with, because listening to radio is casual. Reading, you need isolation and concentration. You cannot, unless you're reading to the people, when you're reading for comprehension, you cannot read in front of other people while you're talking to somebody. But you can do that with radio. We can play some nice amapiano song and we're all listening at the same time, at the park or wherever. But sometimes my sense is we struggle with the idea of listening, comprehending, engaging what we heard. But we are available to engage. Sometimes, and not us, some of us. So I'm saying, let's do this today. I'm going to give you an opportunity to engage them, and I would like you to, but please listen so you can engage on what they say, and you can take something away from what they say. This is very important. All of it is important, but this is also very important. Let me just, beforehand, say we're going to have load shedding. So we've been thinking, but this is our day and it's important. In spite of load shedding, we're going to brave through. So when we have load shedding, there's going to be a moment where the generator kicks in, the choir will entertain us, and then we'll continue. I don't want to rush them, and I think you'll agree with me. I don't want to rush them when they have the content that you came for. Are we agreeable? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for, if it was the radio, would say, for sitting with us in the second hour of World Radio Day and being part of this engagement. The thing about radio presenters, it's some of us tends to enjoy ourselves too much. So the producers come and say, time. And you need to remember that I'm probably west of those. And some of those sitting here, I'm sure Mr. Make always takes his time. The way he goes on. All right. So as we start, there's a request that they would like to perform or deliver a bit of an item. And before we kick in, I'll allow them the opportunity to deliver a special rendition for this day.
Good afternoon. One of my friends here has suggested that we come here and give you a little bit of a taste of what is happening on radio in a form of a simulcast. The word simulcast is actually a portmanteau word or a blend word of simultaneous and broadcast. So simulcast simply means simultaneous broadcast.
Yes.
Yeah. So we are here to render them. Let me just get started. Moteleji wa Tabela FM go tlomo le gona. Leina la ka ke Happiness Thabamake re khwetsa bla ga bya le ka University ya Limpopo le tšatši la lekono la radio e le go le tšatši la seyalemoya re memile bjale ka baeng go tlo bolela ditaba tša go fapafapana e le ge re keteka le tšatši ya lekono mme ga ke sepele ke letse ke na le Raymond Selowa ke na gape le Raymond Mojapelo ke wa setiši sa radio sa Energy. Raymond Selowa o tšwa Energy o tšwa Perfect FM mme ke la le bona motheletši gabjale ke tlo rata gore le bona ba fe mantšu ke mo ka re tletla re thobe ka ditaba tša rena ke a leboga.
Yoko chogo filo yona gya king munada edo na fala byale wana mo the perfect radio pela batho na sere tsa tuere ka mo University ya Limpopo dumelang by Tutuba Media Studies and Communications Studies Remogo mo the perfect radio pela batho mo www.perfectradio.co.za kole buwe wana happiness tumuma ke go dile mo pata wa rubuza hore na se mordile o kitikala la bo ditaba lao kitika seyalemoya radio mo go ngona ke no se maga isukiza ma le Popeye tse le kwa mo radiong jamo le kwa mo radiong ke na le moshe wa takalansa me ke na le zike wa takalansa wona dilo fase ke itle mtheleji ya latela dumela dumelang bakwera nagi namusho kumme re tlile go ithina go dimwana neo larina bakwera ke na le zikwe lena neno wa neno na wena gore ngwana go motse awamose le nna ke gona mose re ka tšakala tšatši le radio wa nna ke makaja ke yo zikwe yo a go motse a re motse zikwe le wena gore ngwana go motse hawa le nna ke gore bakwera Bagora le nna bona gone bjale re ya ka mola Energy FM ba re fe maatla wa re ya gona bjale re ba le bo batheletši bao ke bona ba ile gore ba re kwesa bose bja radio nna ke le Raymond Selowa gona bjale re tsena ka wa Energy FM the pulse of the city ba re fe energy dumela
At exactly 10 minutes before 1, I'm sure you are preparing your lunch at this moment. But that has to wait a little bit because we are just here to celebrate one special medium. And you can agree with me, you call it a little black box, I call it a soothing companion. At this moment, as we are here and just about to take a moment to celebrate 100 years, you can imagine that's a journey and a half. And coming live and direct from R40 Conference Hall at University of Limpopo, this is Energy FM and we are still the pulse of the city. Good afternoon.
Radio TEF 103.8 FM, the station that listens to the people. My name is Peter Maluleka, and I'm with you from now on until we drop. Let me give a shout out to my co-hosts who are here with me right now, who are, we're just going to discuss the importance of radio. So what you can do is you can engage with us via WhatsApp, you can engage with us via Facebook, via Twitter, via Instagram. Radio TEF is the only source of information, the only source of education, the only source that will give you anything that you need through the media space. I'm out.
Another round of applause. I am tempted now to think that the people that sent out the invites actually invited their favorite personalities because these are all great talents. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. So that is how it looks on the other side. Did you pick up that you need to be able to process information fast? Yeah, because sometimes people think it's just about the voice. No, it's the processor as well. Needs to think on its feet and work. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce, I'm just split because the load shedding, if it's on time, it will be in the next 8 minutes. I'm just thinking two ways about that. Starting and then in the immediate, I have to halt for a few minutes. I'll always take suggestions, of course, so you can help as to how we navigate that. But in the meantime, please, ladies and gentlemen, as you heard him, please, round of applause for Mr. Raymond Mujapelo. Ms. Sharon Ravele. So, just to say, Mr. Mujapelo is a producer and presenter at Energy FM. Mr. Ravele is the programs manager of Phala Phala FM. Mr. Happiness Make is a presenter at Thobela FM. Mr. Cedric Baloyi is a senior lecturer of media studies here. I don't know if he says this during classes, but he used to work for MLFM Current Affairs. I trained him. You can dispute, I'm here. Mr. Raymond Slower is the founder and station manager at Perfect Radio. Mr. Peter Maluleka is chief producer at Radio TEF. These are our panelists this afternoon. Right, so it's just 6 minutes before 1. We'll just do the intros, and then if load shedding finds us, we'll improvise. So when load shedding comes, I'm told it will take 5 minutes for the generator to kick in, or then thereabout. The choir, please take up that space when it comes. Thank you. Okay, I'll start here at my far end. I'll start with the programs manager of Phala Phala FM. Please, just to tell us a bit, what is the role of a programs manager? I read your bio, and I see you've traveled. You used to be a listener, as I understand. You used to call in.
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Nobody-
So from a listener to until programs manager, please take us through that a bit.
Yeah, good afternoon. I was a very loyal listener of a local radio station. I used to call in every Saturday. They used to have a show called DJ's Date. So on the show, there was a competition where the date part was about the presenter asking questions on the whatever that is happening at the time, or on entertainment, whatever development that is happening at the time. So there was a time, I don't remember if that was reflected on the information.
Yeah.
I won like 7 or 8 weeks consecutively. So they had to call me to the building to say, we are surprised that it's like for the past 7, 8 weeks, you have been winning on the DJ date competition. Who do you know in the station? And I was bailed out because by then Hope Ramaphosa was there was one weekend where she was a visiting presenter. She was only coming as, what do you call it? She was only coming for a day.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So that reflected, because I also won on the day that she was only there for that day. So then they realized, definitely she didn't know anyone. And the trick was, I used to read magazine a lot. I used to listen to radio station a lot. So most of the things when they ask, I'll know. So yeah, I was a loyal listener. And then when the opportunity comes to be on radio, but I never thought I'll manage to get through. When you are still young, you think, oh, no, you let me try, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. Then on the first day, yeah, I was interviewed and the panel was impressed, and then from there I was a presenter for 12 years. From being a presenter, I moved to being a producer, a content producer, and currently I've been in this position for, is it how many years? From 2013?
Yeah.
Yeah, till now. Yes. And in my, okay, before, in my journey in radio, I've been the first female sports presenter for Parapara FM. Yes.
You used to present sports?
Yes.
Oh.
I used to present sports. Thank you.
It wasn't always fashionable that a female presents sports.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a big deal.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've been told you're a good boss. And now I've been told that you're
Kamula, what is good boss? Tell me. Tell me more.
one who cares about the product and those that produce the product.
There's no way as a leader you would be mindful of the product and not be mindful of the team that makes the product. I think we work together. So there's no way you'll make it if you don't mind about your the role players. So definitely I care about my team.
Yeah, so what they say is true. Thank you. I'm told load shedding never misses. It's a minute before 1. It's going to interrupt the next speaker if I go. But the journeys are also important because it's not always a straight line. The journey to one's ascendance and to the top of realizing your dreams. It's not always a straight line. As I said, when Baloyi joined us, we all knew where he comes from. We knew he was a student of media, and we engaged him at that level. But there was and we showed him the ropes with that understanding, and he was a very eager learner, and acquainted himself well, represented the university very well at that time when he joined us, and people were able to say, so this is how UL students look like. Okay, this is great. So we're always lucky to have him. Okay, I should continue, ne? Because the load shedding is not okay. All right. The same thing I did for you, I'm gonna quickly do just your role and what you do.
Primary school. I was inspired by the late Joe Mawoja of Tobel FM. So I went on to study until I finished my matric. After matric, I registered for Bachelor of Arts in Media Studies from University of Limpopo. I remember it was at Multipurpose Center there. The people who came here for media studies, we were only 4. And myself, I was here for a radio. I didn't even know that it's a media studies or it's a what. I knew I'm here to study radio. I told Maliputu that I'm here to register radio only. That's when I said, just because no one is willing to give me an opportunity to be on radio, let me start my own radio. Because I'm perfect radio, let it be perfect radio. Let it be perfect radio, just because other radio stations are broadcasting live from their studios, their offices, and I don't have an office. I started it in my room, in my bedroom, where I sleep. So
I did not have any office, and people said online media or online radio cannot make it because it consumes data. But I said, God listens to Perfect Radio. I'll broadcast for God. So, Perfect Radio, Perfect Radio, Perfect Radio. Now as I'm speaking, Perfect Radio is given an office at the Mukokwaila Community Hall by the Greater Altawa Municipality, and it hired over 25 graduates as I'm speaking. And Perfect Radio, even if you can Google it online, we are not using it for fame or for likes. We are using it to effect change, to hold the government accountable, to assist, to be voice for the voiceless. Every day when I wake up to change a life. That's the Perfect Radio. Raymond Slowa, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cedric Baloy. As Mr. Ngamula has already indicated, I worked for SABC for almost 10 years, and I was trained here, you know, by the likes of Dr. Malaji, Mr. Madikana, who is the business manager now at SABC Limpopo, and other colleagues like Professor Muswed and others. Now, what I always tell my students, because now I'm lecturing here, is that never take this university or the program for granted. No one should lie to you. We are producing a quality and well-rounded broadcasters or media personnel in general, and radio in particular. And what Raymond has said here, it speaks volume, because he is the product of our program. And just last week Thursday, I was telling my final students that don't wait to be hired by anyone. You need to stand up and do something while you are studying. By the time you knock in someone's office, you must go there with a portfolio or some sort of an experience which you can show that indeed you are capable, because SABC will not risk to give the mic to someone who is not capable, because they are not there to teach presenters. They want people who will present and go on air and produce present quality work. Now that I'm here as an academic, I will say we are working very hard, and you see, I'm no longer talking about myself, I'm talking about the program.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so passionate about the program, and well, I started SABC in 2014, and I was doing my master's degree by that time as an intern, you know. And I said, no, let me not quit my studies. I want to continue studying while working. And it was quite of a hell, you know. It was difficult because I think at some point, Mr. Ngamula will remember, I don't know whether we had elections in that year or what, but we were to work very hard, you know. During elections, working in the newsroom is quite difficult because you don't have time to knock off. You work almost 24 hours. And I had to do that and also work on my research studies also. So, but I managed to with the support from Dr. Malaji. He's the one who assisted me to make sure that I go through. And after that, he said, no, you should not quit studying. You must just go register for PhD, and that's what I did. While working at SABC, it was quite difficult to manage time, but if you really want something, you'll manage. You'll find a way, actually, instead of excuses. And that's what I did. I completed, and then I came. The university said, no, you must come and join us. And here I am teaching our students. And what I like with the experience that I've gained from SABC is that whenever I teach my students, I don't speak what I only read, but I can also talk of what I've experienced and done through the industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can I talk to you? Yes. Oh, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Happiness Maki. I'm working for Chobela FM. I'm doing a late night talk show starting at 10 and it ends at 1 o'clock the next morning. I started radio in 1997. I remember it was the end of 1997. I studied it right here in the University of Limpopo. Before then, I wasn't a student here. I was a student at UNISA. And then after having worked here for a year, you know, at Radio TEF, then I decided to enroll with the university. And then everything went well. I worked here for 9 years. I worked here for 9 years, and I remember when I graduated in 2006, SABC, just at the same time, just invited me to come and work for them. You know, I remember I didn't know that they were posts, but some guys just came to say, hey, Happiness, we are hearing you on, you know, Radio TEF, and it looks like you are doing good, and so on and so forth. I was a little bit afraid because I'm originally not a Spanish-speaking person. I'm Tswana. By language, though the markers are the Bedis, but by language I'm Tswana. So I was a little bit scared of joining SABC. But at the end of the day, I went there to work with them after having graduated, and then, you know, I don't know, you are listening to me, I don't know how I perform on radio, but yeah. And then after having worked at SABC for 1 year in current affairs, then the year to come, the following year, I was called to come and join programming, where I was given the afternoon talk show called Tabakolo. I did it for 4 years, and then after that I was changed from that program. But the reason why they changed me then, it was because I wanted to do my honors degree, which I enrolled with this university. And then that's why I was actually changed. Then I've since been doing Moremo Polo, which is a very popular program, a Chobela FM late night talk show. It starts at 10, it ends at 1. And then I've since been doing it until today. What I'm doing at SABC right now, I'm presenting and I'm producing. That's all what I'm doing. I'm presenting and I'm producing.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I must say, I feel like I'm in a frying pan, being surrounded by these legends of this medium. My name is Peter Maluleka, and I am a producer of Radio TEF. I started working at Radio TEF in 2019. I started as a trainee, where I was a presenter and I was also a music compiler. I studied here. I was guided by the likes of Dr. Malachi, Dr. Baloyi, and also the likes of Ms. Molope, and also Mr. Sino. So my role at the station is to ensure that our listeners of Radio TEF, they get content that resonates with them. You know, content that informs them through our programs, content that educates them through some of the shows, and also content that entertains them. Because, I mean, you can't be a radio station and live out the element of entertainment. So, in a nutshell, that's what I can say. That's me, that's Peter Maluleka. I'm still a student of this medium, and I'm continuing to learn each and every day.
Thank you very much. Mr. Make, what does a producer at the SABC do? What are the roles of a producer at the SABC?
Okay, I'll speak about myself. Producing incorporates quite a lot of things, because if you produce, you research. If you produce, you read. If you produce, you consult. And if you produce, your ear is always on the ground, listening what people are saying, researching. You know, you just pick up an area of interest that you would like to explore, and that you would later on, after having found data, that you would need to go and present to for, or rather to your listeners. So basically that's what I'm doing. Well, other producers produce and they don't do that, they do other things. But if really you call yourself a real producer, a genuine producer, you would do all these things that I've indicated.
So essentially, producers are the people that research, prepare the content, debate it, engage with the presenter. Of course, there are different setups. You have a setup where the presenter does all of that, because what you must sometimes research today, there's a state of the nation's debate. So the producer should be able to know what was said by the president last week, but also should be able to link up with what he said the previous years, to be able to say, how many times did you say this, Mr. President? How many have you done it? And you should, this is the so-called holding them accountable part. That's the role. So a producer has that role. But however, the presenter must also know these things, because otherwise they'll give you a script with a question, you'll just read. When they answer the wrong answer, you won't know that's the wrong answer, because you were given a script. You won't follow up. You as a listener, you'll hear, but why is he not asking a follow-up question on that? He has moved to another topic, and other things. That happens whether on current affairs, whether on programming, and so on. The programs manager will speak to us about these things. So the programs manager is the one who sits. You look for talent. You generally also edit the content. You decide what goes on air and how.
Yeah, the programs. My responsibility as a programs manager is I'm responsible for the entire running of the station.
Okay.
Day-to-day running of the station. I'm also responsible for talent management. Talent management start from recruiting, managing them, as you need to find ways to manage the talent.
Yes.
How do we manage talent? You cannot have talent that you don't monitor, and we have a tool called Snoop Session.
Yeah.
Where you evaluate the delivery of the product, you analyze and critique the presenting style, you critique the content delivery, you check if the content delivered is in line with whatever the program it's because the programs are not the same. We know, depending on the timelines, we have a particular program, we have different kinds of programs, we have magazine, we have talk shows,
yes,
we have drama, so you need to, as a programs manager, it's my responsibility to evaluate and check, critique, and check if it's still in line. It's also my responsibility to craft the station's strategy for the particular year. In fact, every year you need to review and check if you're still relevant, if you need to tweak and add some other elements to stay relevant. We know the world always changes. The challenges that we have to face at the time, they are different. So we need to check. The station has to align with whatever the current situation is. Then you have to align your station strategy in line with whatever the country is going through. So and also I have a responsibility for compliance. The station have to be compliant. As SABC Radio, you have to ICASA. I think every radio station have to comply with ICASA. Have to comply. We have editorial policy, BCCSA. You have to check all other elements. You also have to manage stakeholders, internal and external. As a station, the success of the station doesn't necessarily rely on Dr. Juniper going on air and broadcast. It relies on other internal stakeholders. We have the marketing, we have the we call it RTT, or technical department, because as SABC Radio, Parapara FM, Tobela FM, Nganalonene, Ukozi, whatever radio, Metro FM, we don't own the technical part of. So that is the internal stakeholder that I have to manage. We have sales department that has to be managed, logistics department. So it's my responsibility to have relationship and ways to manage all the internal stakeholders. I also have to manage the external stakeholders. The external as the advertisers, the listeners, how listeners behave. listeners is like the bosodanga, because you need to account to them. So when they raise issues, we need to find ways on how to, because what Dr. Juniba and his colleagues, their responsibility is to go on air and broadcast. But they are not responsible for managing a story. Some comments, they'll come straight to them, but they don't have a responsibility to manage, and those comments, they also dictates the landscape of how, and also the direction the station has to take, because we have to listen what the listeners says. So it's the responsibility of the programs manager. You need to always be on your toes, know what the listeners want, even though you cannot be responding to every listener that comments either on air, on social media platform, but we do consider those things. It's unfortunate we cannot respond to all of them one by one, but they do, those comments give direction of, and also is the programs manager's responsibility to create innovations that the station has to drive for the particular year, because program producers, they focus on the particular program that they are scheduled for. So, but the station has to create its innovations for the particular year. So it's the responsibility of the programs manager to have, and also, you know, every product, I mean the brand, as a station, as Parapara FM, you need to create and have your own identity. So because it's not the presenter's responsibility, it's not the producer's responsibility, it's my responsibility as a program manager to make sure that the station is aligned and it's responding to its true identity, because we stand the risk of losing listeners if you don't safeguard and make sure that you're always online. Because it's easy for a presenter to go on air and 70% puts more of English words and forgetting that we are a Chivenda radio station. So it's my responsibility to make sure that the license condition, it says we need to broadcast in Chivenda. And when our listener listen to Parapara FM, the reason is that identity or radio ya Chivenda. Mungana Lonene, Tobela FM, all this radio station, listeners follow and listen to this station because they want that identity or the radio ya Chivenda. Even those who don't speak Chivenda, they listen to the station because they want to learn Chivenda, they have interest in the language. So if once you lose that plot, so it's my responsibility as a programs manager to make sure that we are always aligned and comply to all those elements.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Majapil, what is so we say Energy FM is a community radio. So what is the mandate of a community radio? What is expected of it? How does it interact with the community where it's found?
Okay, thank you. I think before I get to mandate of radio, I just want to touch quickly on the production. I won't take more than a minute. I was just saying that one of the qualities of a good producer is being able to project what people are going to talk about tomorrow. And I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with hashtag #AskAman. Anyone who know that hashtag, please raise your hands. There you go. So it means that someone said and potentially looked at what people would want to engage with tomorrow, and they would put it there and it will trend. So it means that we are also shaping what one is going to talk about tomorrow. Hence the fashion world, they would have a winter line for next year. This year, for France, they are showing us what we are going to be wearing tomorrow. So they are setting a tone for us. But coming to community radio, being the third tier, remember that in the country we've got 3 tiers of broadcasters that are licensed. You've got your commercial, being the only one in the country, in the province, Capricorn FM. You've got your SABC, and then you've got, I think at last time I checked, it was over almost 50, if not around about 30, 50 community radio stations. And the mandate has always been to be by the community, for the community. So it means that immediately when you call yourself a community radio, especially because we've got two types, by the way. It's the community of interest that would mean Radio TEF, where the interest of everyone who's here is academics. You are here either as a student or as an academic. So it means that in that interest, then we are going to come together and we'll form a radio station that would be able to talk to us and our interests. While you've got a geographic community such as Botlokwa, Malamulya Lorgiani Community Radio, where it's going to be geographically bound to the confinement of that particular area, be it Botlokwa. And the mandate will be saying that you need to speak to the issues of people of Botlokwa, and you need to be able to also help them ventilate their issues, be it issues of tribal leadership, be it the issues of service delivery, and so on and so forth. So now, as say a radio station like Radio TEF, you'd ask yourself, if then there are community radio station confined to the interest of academic, will their programming be speaking to the issues of the students and the academic community at large within the confinement of University of Limpopo, despite the fact that they can even broadcast outside of the borders of the university, but then their main interest would be lying within the academic community on campus. So the license condition is going to also be informed by where you are and what you are dealing with. And the interesting thing about community radio is that it's also being able to set up particularly for one particular reason. The programming will be able to touch on many other things, the co-founding principles of radio, entertain, inform, and whatnot, but it can be able to. We have one station that was sanctioned by the president in the country. It is the Eldo Community Radio in Johannesburg, where the community was having a huge problem of drug abuse, substance abuse. And given the intervention programs that were there, that some of them were not effective, then the president said, how about if we create a station that is going to be able to come up with programming that is going to teach people about these issues of drug abuse, that is also going to even highlight the aftermath of being a user and all those. So,
okay. All right. Now I'll cycle back to you. Are you still Are you still an online radio?
Yes.
Or you have moved beyond that, but you're still in that space?
We enjoy the online.
In terms of being an online platform, now mandates, I want to ask everyone about mandates because they'll relatively be the same. Mandates of community radios will be the same. Mandate of the public radio will be the same. So I'm done with the mandate part. You as an online radio, talk to us about the role that you play in the community, how you interact with the community. As you said people say it is expensive because of data like that. But now, in terms of your experience, are people engaging you? What impact are you having in the community as an online radio?
Thank you very much for that question. And I'm going to answer it. With online radio station, what we do there, remember in Buluwedu or in where we come from, where we're based, that community was disadvantaged in terms of having a community radio station. In Mopani district, there are only few community radio stations because at the time where we established it, Greater Zanini FM was already dead, Bapalabur FM was already dead. So at that time, Perfect Radio had its own time and space, to absorb all the communities. So in that case, people said, and it was so discouraging because they say, this is in rural area, you can't establish an online radio station in rural area. So sometimes, if you don't know where you're going, you'll be discouraged because those community radio stations that are still following the traditional way, they have to follow us now online. So what is happening there? We go to local tournaments, we put our branding there, we put our equipment there, we start broadcasting, we engage them, and then we put their pictures online, and then they start to follow this radio station. So, and when they got there, or when they try to search it, they find a quality sound. And we are creating a compelling content, not just a content that we imitate from other radio stations. We own content, we create a compelling, even if you are having a radio station with a frequency where you can tune in. You can drop it and listen to online because of the content that we've put there. So another thing is that we are known to be a radio ya go phela le batho. Already the slogan itself wins your heart. So with that, radio ya go phela le batho, if someone, or maybe for example, I want to share this with you. All these radio stations, I'm saying all because all have contacted us. Every day they contact us, seeking for the news that we gather there on the ground, while they are in their offices, because Rena Radio Prelavat. So obvious, Rena gonna break out the story in other ways. So others just follow.
Thank you.
People want fresh information, and the only way to get fresh and new information, you have to tune into Perfect Radio. You'll get it as it happens.
Okay, thank you. You'll have another opportunity to speak as we go. I'm going to ask that because I want to create many opportunities for all of us to speak, that will be as compact as possible, so the opportunities can be there for us to speak. Mr. Baloy, when we sit, someone is here, mic, I keep losing mine. So when you press yours, your mic, it mutes mine. From an expert point of view, as we sit here, we say World Radio Day. But your experience of radio is within the community where you live. There's a community radio here, there's a commercial, we are fortunate, there's a commercial radio. There are 2 broadcasting commercial radio into Limpopo. There can actually be 3 in terms of the ones you can hear, right, into the province. And there are public radio stations. What is your view in terms of, from an expert point of view, what is the significance of radio today as we celebrate World Radio Day?
Thank you very much for that question, Tate Chauke. Well, radio plays a significant role in our community, and it will continue to do so for centuries to come. Now, I was doing an interview earlier on with Mungandalona FM, and they've asked me why do we still celebrate radio, whereas people are migrating to online, or they're consuming a lot of information via social media. And I've indicated that with social media, they are capable of breaking news so quickly than any other media platforms. However, they still lack that room for interpretation. Tate Chauke. You find that they have a breaking news. Everyone will go there and read about it, and everyone will comment. But you know, when you need expect to come now and interpret what has been said, you will find it very difficult to find that through social media, and that's where you will go back to radio. Because with radio, I know surely you are still going to have your show tonight. You don't just invite Tom on Harry there to come and interpret. You spoke about the SONA debate which is taking place. You're going to invite experts. Now, people have that latitude to hear from someone who has researched, someone who has evidence, someone who has knowledge about a particular issue, which you will find it very difficult to find on social media platforms. Again, the information which we receive from radio is quite evident that it has been researched by the producers. You know, no one will claim to be an expert on radio. You invite experts, you invite academics, And that's where probably as academics we come in. It's one of our role also to play there. Because one of our mandate, the first mandate is to produce personnel to come and work for you. And thereafter we do research. We assist you through research on the projections of the future of radio. That should come from us. And another role is to what we do community engagement, what we are doing now, inviting these radio stations from public, community, and commercial to come and interact with our students. That's part of community engagement. And only radio can do that. You'll hardly find such from other platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Make, as a seasoned broadcaster and practitioner, and we are fortunate to have you. You have seen the different stages, the different changes to where we are from when you started. What would you say today are the challenges that are facing radio?
Let me answer that question this way. We have other media technologies, which of course, to a very large extent, do the same thing as radio does. The sharing of information and so on and so forth. But when coming to talk about the challenges, these media formations that we are talking about, as they do the same thing as radio does, but there's only one thing that they are not able to do. Well, because there are so many of them, they end up dividing the listenership which radio actually used to enjoy in the past before the inventions of these media, because before they could be invented. You know, radio used to be alone, then the television followed. At this point in time, we have got so many media technologies that are there. So the division of listenership is one other thing. And furthermore, radio depends to a very large extent as well on advertisements or adverts, okay? And then we have other media formations that are there at, modernly. Quite unfortunately, they take a chunk from what actually would have been enjoyed or used to be enjoyed by radio when it was alone. It is not just only that. People in the past, when radio used to be alone, or when it wasn't challenged by many other media formations, people would, to a very large extent as well, be forced to listen to radio because they didn't have anywhere they could go. This side it would be radio, this side it would be radio, and so on and so forth. Right at this point in time, people can spread themselves up, all over by different formations of media technologies they would like to listen to, or rather to engage with. So I think that is another challenge of radio, that it's away its listenership, and on the money spinning part of that, it takes that away, because radio, we would not say it is a good business as it used to be in the past, just simply because of that. And there are quite a lot of them.
Thank you. Mr. Maluleka, so you are still at a community level. Your immediate community is the university community, but you have your immediate surrounding community. I'll tell you this, I have an idea of coming around here and have a discussion on societal issues, whether it be crime and so on. And that's an idea I have had for almost a year now, that if you came around the Mankweng area and you spoke about what are the societal challenges, it would be what they call a macrocosm of what happens in other in other townships and so on. So, as a community radio with your immediate ecosystem being this, what role do you play in being of help to society, offering solutions to society, or driving conversations that actually solve the societal issues?
Thank you, moderator. So basically, as we all have heard, that the panelists have been saying that the role of community radio station is to be basically the voice of the community within its existence. So the role that mostly we play is to sort of, dissect or try to go to the ground, whether be it our producers, our presenters, to go and listen, be the ears of the people, go to the ground and try to hear what is it that is affecting the community. And we form discussions or topics around that. For example, you mentioned about the issue of crime. We are working week in and week out with the Mankweng SAPS in a sense that we have a feature that is dedicated to them, where we bring in the captain of the SAPS from Mankweng to come and update us or update the community about some of the crimes that have taken place and what are the measures that we as a society we can take to ensure that such crimes are not happening. And we also have organizations, civic organizations such as your NGOs. We invite them as well. They come address issues that affect our immediate community. And also even organizations here on campus. You can talk about your BLAs, your enactors, or other organizations that are found here on campus. We give them a platform to talk to our listeners, be it the university community, be it the community of Mankweng.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Chairperson.
Yes.
I'm not so sure as panelists we are able to supplement one another here on other points which one would have made, and I'm thinking I'm having...
We should, yeah, let's do that, that's fine. It will enrich the conversation. Before you do, I want to add this. For when we continue, let's take 2 minutes with our own points. Let's take a minute supplementing. Okay, so I'm gonna time you, so when I interject, don't feel hard done by, I'm just timing you so that you are fresher as well as you continue with your points, so that we don't lose our audience as well. Okay, you can supplement, go on please.
My friend here somehow touched on the issue of content, and I also had a point. I wanted to talk about content as well when coming to challenges, but I've just forgotten to mention it. One of the challenges which radio faces today, is that the content now is shared, and the very same type of content is shared by other media technologies, okay? But there is one thing that makes radio exceptional when coming to that: the immediacy of radio. I was listening to, the first speakers as they were talking before we could come here, as they were talking, and I really had a cardiac failure because there wasn't even a single word of them talking about the content, rather the immediacy of radio, until actually you mentioned it yourself. Radio is exceptional just only when coming to that respect. The immediacy of it, all these media technologies that we can talk about cannot compare, or rather are not comparable to radio when coming to reporting things immediately, and that's when it is exceptional. Well, they do the very same things which radio do. Radio cannot claim these days to be the only trendsetter, but or rather to be the only one that can come up with the breaking news. But I am telling you, to a very large extent, it is still number one.
Yeah, okay, thank you. As on a programs manager's point of view, is professionalizing and the professionalism that you have at the radio level, and this is competing against the other mediums that are there, whether it's social media, whether it's TikTok, WhatsApp, and you go on. The professionalism level of it, does it gives an to radio?
I'm not sure if that professionalism you are comparing with which platforms. I want to be sure when I respond. With other social media. Okay, definitely. Definitely, I think there's a question that you also asked in the previous panel about what was about regulations. Yes. The regulations and whatever they do are also assist in making sure that the professionalism element with radio assists us because if things are not regulated, you tend to lose the professional element. Because people will do as they wish. And indeed, listeners want things that are clearly regulated. They don't want too much freedom, tend to compromise and tend to create listeners become very unsettled when listeners or presenters do as they wish. You realize it when our presenters tend to get out of the way in line with whatever each and every program do have a program brief. Yeah. So it requires a certain level of professionalism for a presenter to align the content with the kind of brief that that particular program has. Or it's aligned to focus on. So the professional level also goes to that level. So also it assists our audience to be able to take radio serious.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I see. I note Mr. Baloyi. I note Mr. It's hang on, Siloa. Mr. Slow. Okay, minute, Mr. Slow.
Yeah, what I see on social media, yes, it gives the radio an opportunity with its professionalism because I've realized that on social media, all we see there is one-sided stories. And when it comes to radio, that's when the story is going to be balanced. We are going to hold both sides accountable of that particular issue that we have seen on social media. So on social media, a lot of stories they're just one-sided stories. So I think it gives radio an opportunity because their facts. Yeah. Thank you,
Mr. Baloyi.
Oh, thank you. Yes, when it comes to professionalism is quite important, when you look at social media today and the issue of citizen journalism, which we always support and encourage. However, it comes with challenges that anyone can just jump in and claim to be a news producer, whereas they don't have, the required standard or ethical issues which need to be taken into consideration when one write news, for public audience. Issues of accuracy found that there's not there, objectivity is not there, there's a lot of deception, which the person who wrote such things found that they're not even aware because they were never trained. And that professionals who are coming from the university with equipped skills and understanding of how they should operate.
Radio is a business, isn't it? At a community level, here's an advantage. Someone talked about breaking the stories on the ground. When I worked at a community radio, every show had a phone in, all of them. From morning to evening, people were allowed to phone in and talk. The time limit was very different. It's a community radio. So everyone would call, tell their story, choose songs, of course, to be careful with the songs. And they would announce the immediate community related issues. So if there's a meeting at the hall, they would announce in a community radio. So the proximity is an advantage. However, it is a business. So what happens around that, ensuring that it continues to run?
Okay, thank you. I think at the end of the day, competition has always been there. One can take you back to 1981 when MTV started. The first video they played was Killing a Radio Star. it meant that they were challenging radio as it was at that time. So competition is not only going to start now because there's various options that one is going to consume. Now the most important thing that I, as Solowa touched on, is how relevant do you become to your immediate audience, and how unique are you to your audience. If I'm going to be at University of Limpopo, I cannot hear issues of University of Limpopo at Capricorn FM first before I hear them at Radio TEF. And immediately when that happens, it means whoever who wants to advertise for the audience of University of Limpopo, they will go where? To Capricorn FM. So if Radio TEF position itself to be the only platform or the main platform for anyone else who wants to access the students and the community, then in that case they are going to be able to make money out of it.
How do we navigate? How does the business side of it impact the product? How do we navigate, and how does the business side of it impact the?
Okay, all right, I got the question. By saying, what's the problem here?
We're just having a problem with our mics. Please don't turn yours on because it mutes these ones. Once another mic is on, it switches off the other.
Yes, you have asked me a question which actually makes me to. I want to speak about the experience of my show, Murimukolu. It used 2 hours. It used to be 2 hours. I used to broadcast from 10 o'clock to 12. But then as time went on, I went into the office of the programs about what was happening, because advertisers, because they liked my show so much, because they saw the show growing all the time, then they would come advertise in their numbers. Take 40 minutes or 50 minutes. I would take 40 minutes or 50 minutes of advertising. Live 5 minutes interviews, live reads, recorded adverts, and so on and so forth. The advertisers flocked into my shows, okay? And remember, my show was just only 2 hours. And at the end of the day, when they end at 10 minutes to 11, I'm only left with 1 hour, 10 minutes to broadcast. So my show was no longer 2 hours. And by the way, I would still be having content to deliver and guests to participate on the program. And very serious issues which would need very painstaking and thorough discussion. So unfortunately, the adverts, we wanted money, we were in the red, SABC and so on and so forth. It was good that the show was making money, but it was hampering content, it was killing content. So listeners started to complain that no, you need to give Michael 1 more hour. From 2016 until 2022, people saying, give that man an hour because now we are listening to adverts. He can hardly broadcast. So to answer your question, yes, we need money, but sometimes the love of money, the love of money can kill our radio if we don't structureize that well. Perhaps by making sure that we spread the adverts across other shows. But here is another dynamic. Sometimes you find that the adverts don't want any other show, but the show which is done by Mark or by Gamla, what do you do there? I think that gets back into the hands of our seniors to actually devise some means as to what to do with that and how to manage that well. Because on the other side, we want to deliver content which brings listenership, okay, but then we have got too many adverts which at the same time can drive away listeners, okay. So it's a catch-22 situation. We need to be careful when coming to that. But one other thing that I want to mention when my sister here was talking about the professional radio, I'll just take 1 minute. Professional radio in Gamla needs to be regulated. We need to be very careful with that. Professional radio needs to be regulated, and to regulate radio is not to censor it. To regulate radio is not to control it in the literal sense of trying to bar certain things which need to be recorded, or rather to be reported by radio. It needs to be regulated because where there are regulations and rules and laws and so on and so forth, things go swimmingly, and we as presenters and producers will always be safe. Because remember, you mess up your language on radio by ending up having said something defamatory about someone, you can be sued.
Right, thank you. I'm going to come to you. Thank you. I'm going to come to you, audience. I'm going to give you a minute or so if you want to ask. If you have a question, just formulate it. If you want to also ask the panel, in a bit I'm going to go to the academic part of the conversation around convergence. But let me speak to Mr. Maluleka first. Mr. Maluleka, do you deal with funding issues as well?
Yes, we do. We have we receive funding from MDDA in terms of maybe the infrastructure. If you can go to Radio Turf right now, Bergman, Mr. Perfect Radio can attest, or when he started at Radio Turf, it's no longer looking the same. You know, now the station is more digital compared to where it was before. So we did receive funding from MDDA under certain conditions, of course.
All right, I'm going to go, as I said, in a bit to the academic part of the conversation. You'll pick up why I say academic when we get to it, the convergence part, because it's an area that still needs to be traversed. It's an area that still needs to be discovered to a degree. Do you have questions that you want to put to any of the panelists? I'm noting Dr. Prof. Is it Dr. or Prof? Prof. It's not the same. It's the same. Okay, I'm noting him. Am I noting you? I'm noting him. I'm noting him. I'm noting him. I noted 4. The students, you know why it's not the same? So we say in the radio, you must introduce people properly. They have earned the titles that they have. So the doctor is a doctor, is not Mr. Chauke. We make emphasis on that because this is you. This is why we called you. We called you because you're a doctor on the field. But I understand why it's the same for you. You have lived with it long enough. Okay, what's your...
Okay, thank you. I just want to throw this question to the panel. There is a perception that the languages in which they broadcast, the indigenous languages, they are getting fewer speakers by the year. Fewer speakers of Chitsonga, of Chivenda, and so on. In other words, the number of people who speak the languages or cherish the languages is becoming, is dwindling. So don't they see the potential for the listenership to go down in the future to the detriment of the sustainability of the radio stations? Because of the language itself. They may be very good, but if the language, if the language is dying in terms of numbers. And secondly, do they have language developers? Because we hear them code switching a lot. They borrow a lot of English concepts in their broadcasting. We hear that in the news, we hear that in the programming and so on. To what extent is that affecting the future of the language in broadcasting?
Comrade, you at the end?
Yeah, thank you. My question is directed to community radio stations. I want to know what distinguishes them from national radio stations. The reason I'm asking is not because I don't know the answer, but I'm amazed to listen to TEF. Is it on now? Okay. And hear that they are playing instead of local music. Another thing, they also play the matches of Kaizer Chiefs and Pirates instead focusing on these local teams like what see and so forth and so on. And another thing, they also broadcast the things that are happening in KwaZulu-Natal, crises that are happening that side. We don't have to. We don't want to know about things that are happening, or to listen to American music while listening to Radio TEF, to focus on things that are happening here. And local artists, they don't have to play Lily.
Thank you, comrade. I get the concept. I get the concept and the essence of the question. So we make the question shorter to save time and then to give them an opportunity to answer. If it's okay to ask one, let's ask one so we can have an opportunity. Please go on.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I just need to pose a very simple question. One of your assertions as the panel is that radio is very instant. Simply means that it gives people information while the information is still so fresh, instantly. So my question is, how do you justify that when there is Facebook, which gives people information immediately than radio? You'll remember on radio, you'll wait for the hour, you read news on top of the hour. But something happens now immediately, you will see that thing right on the Facebook immediately. So how do you justify that assertion to say that radio is instant?
Thank you. There was it your hand? Yeah, please go.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got two questions. Number one is around live streaming. The champions of live streaming in South Africa are said to be 947 and 702. So I'm trying to find out from you guys as to how far are you in terms of live streaming your broadcast. That's number one. Number two is the impact and role of the so-called indirect content producers. There's what you call direct content producers, as in you, Mr. Mage, and you, Mr. Mujapi. You are direct producers. And the so-called indirect content producers, these are the people with whom you engage on social media platform. How much of an impact do these people have? I mean, how much of an impact do these people have on your show? How much of an impact do they have on your show? Because it is said that they've become so critical in terms of agenda setting, in terms of what that producer is going to be talking about, and how such issues to be spoken about on radio should be tackled, and who may be your potential newsmakers to be interviewed on your show.
Of your question. All right. So there were other hands. Let's answer these, and I'll come back. Here's what I'm going to do. We are not all going to answer these questions each. We will just take some of our panelists to go to it. Some relate to others more than it relates to others. One about community radio will relate to the community radio. Let me start there. What is asked? Essentially, there is okay. Essentially, so I'm holding the mic now because it keeps switching off. Okay, so essentially, what is asking there is that this is a community radio. By the content that you do, why do you do content that otherwise should be in other platforms? Why do you talk about the floods in KZN? For example, I'll start. Let's take a 30 seconds, a minute to answer. Just a brief answer. Yeah, please go on.
Okay, I'm not sure whether 30 seconds will do justice. But I think, first and foremost, we need to stop thinking that people in the confinement of rural areas are not interested in the global issues. Tyler is a member of community somewhere. She won a Grammy in America. Mustn't we cover Emmy or Grammys simply because we are a community radio station? I don't think so. I think we also need to remember that community radio stations are information developers. How then do we make sure someone is interested in the global affairs if we only focus here? And also, we also need to remember that we are broadcasting to travelers. If someone is having a plan to go to KZN, they are very much interested to know the weather there. They are very much interested to know. So I think that we also need to think about the people whom we are broadcasting to. We are no longer broadcasting to people who are supposed to request to visit another province. They are very much travelers, and they are very much interested in the global affairs. And we just need to, we just need to remember that what distinguish community to commercial is the word community and commercial. They are all radio stations. The interesting part of it is that the listeners will move away if they do not get what they want. Give people what they want regardless of whether they are here or there.
Thank you. Mr. Slower, very quickly as well. You can add on what he didn't say. You do not have to repeat what he said.
Of the radio in imparting information instantly or news instantly. Can I take it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, to answer your question, all the radio stations right now are having the Facebook pages. All of them. Yeah, so what we do as radio stations, when we hear or we receive a story, once it's confirmed, we do post on Facebook to say, just in, for example, there is what at where. So in a way to tell the listeners or those who are on Facebook to know what is happening around them, and also whatever that we are sharing on Facebook is what the presenter is sharing on air. So on the other end, that's why we do have the news headlines on radio stations. Maybe it happened at the news headlines. They will be able to tell, expect such news on top of the hour. So that's of the social media.
Thank you. Mr. Maluleka, do you want to add anything on the community radio?
Not just a few. I think Raymond has touched on most of the things. So I want to touch on this one here, music. Remember that a radio station, for it to play music, it pays for that music. And so we require that our local artists, most of them, to license their music so that it's able to be played on air. So there's a submission procedure to the music department, where as an artist you need to submit. So you cannot expect a local radio station to play your music if you haven't submitted your music. So you need to follow all those steps. I mean, this vary from one station to another. So you need to go to the station and find, or what are the pros and cons of submitting your music at a specific radio station.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you want to volunteer for any of the questions before I go directly. Mr. Baloy?
Yes, thank you. I want to touch on the question posed by Prof. Muswede, the issue of language dwindling. That's very true. The issue of indigenous languages are suffering, especially in our media platforms. And radio, one of its mandates is to preserve these indigenous languages. As much as their mandate is to inform, educate, and entertain, they must also play a role in terms of preserving these languages. And they can do that through cooperation with PENSALP, because they are the bodies which focuses on sustaining and promoting indigenous languages. They must come on board and play a critical role in terms of even producing these new words which do not exist, because things are changing and new words should be produced. And PENSALP, through experts, I saw Prof. Chawako was here. I think it's one of the experts in the language, and other experts, which these are people who are needed to come and play a critical role in terms of advancing with the language and developing the language to ensure that we continue having them.
Okay. Which question do you want to take, Mr. Make? Is there one that you're going for?
I thought I actually wanted to take this one, and then to supplement a little bit.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, fine. When coming to community radio, what sets it apart from other types of radio stations, and then I've been listening to them when talking, they haven't mentioned this one. Community radio, it is able to own a content because it broadcasts it to a particular community. and can cover things which other types of radio stations are not interested in covering about that community. So there's ownership of content because they broadcast it to a particular community. I wanted just to make that. Right. But one other thing, I want to come to the question, Professor Mswedi. It's a very, very, very important question. It's actually, it can take us the whole day. But let me just address it in this way. Prof, you are right in your observation that at the end of the day we will have a problem of listenership simply because people who speak our languages are not interested in our languages anymore. But here are the factors that cause that. One, there's so much of a permeation of an English culture in our places, in our places where we live, in the rural areas, and that the permeation of this English culture comes through other forms of media, other media technologies, the cell phones, the laptops, you mentioned them, okay? They communicate in English. Fine, I can talk more and more and more, but another factor that contributes to that, it is private schools in South Africa. There's a problem of private schools in South Africa. When we become successful, we take our children where? To private schools. Who teach them at private schools? White-speaking people. And in some of the private schools there, children are actually being told that they shouldn't be heard speaking vernacular around school vicinity. I remember my boy came back from school one day and, he was relating this to his mom and I and saying, hey, my friend was beaten today at school. And then I said, why? It's because Mrs. Smith had him talking Sepedi. And I'm telling you, I was furious. The following day I went to school and I just wanted to know what actually was happening. They ended even up apologizing to me because what I was saying was that, but these people come from, families which speak different vernaculars. And to hear your child saying, a certain child, that was completely wrong. They did not have anyhow they could address it, or they could say to me, because really, I really wanted to know a good reason, and there was no good reason forthcoming. Yes.
I'll come to you. I know you.
Yes.
One more point to make.
Oh, okay. No, I think we are under. Okay, it's fine.
The ones raised, which one are you picking? We still have live.
Even though my interest was more on African languages.
Start with your interest.
Yeah, because I know Mr. Maka and Doctor have already responded. I don't want to overdwell on it. Yeah, indirect content producers, we have to be accountable. We cannot be relying on indirect. Indeed, we do have people who provide content, but you cannot officialize it and say they do contribute to the program. We only focus on those that are direct contributors. Yeah. Okay.
Are you saying that he touched on it, that you actually have to listen to what people are talking about and bring it into the radio to magnify the conversation? Is that no, I'm not a panelist. Yeah, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I wanted to touch on this issue of language. And I know it was a question posed to us as panelists, but I think all of us here, we are interested parties to radio. And I think it's a party note that we need to look at. Firstly, I think it reminded me of a quote by Nelson Mandela. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to a man in the language of his own, that goes to his heart. So now the question is, what role is radio playing in ensuring that we make people interested in our own languages? And I'll tell you for a fact, I worked in radio stations where I'm able to speak 2 languages. And when I joined Energy FM, I would be given an opportunity to speak English throughout the show. And I would get engagements. But immediately when I go on a link and I speak Sepedi, engagements increase. I get more SMSs and I get more calls. Secondly, I managed the radio station in the Eastern Cape, Rhodes Music Radio, where it struggled with audience for the longest of time. And immediately when we included isiXhosa as one of the languages within the programming, as per the license condition, our listenership tripled.
So, speaking about using your own language to engage. Okay, that's fine, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Even though I don't have like official records or a data report that reflects, currently it's like we are in a stage where people are starting to realize their identity. It's like there was a time where like it was very cool for parents to be engaging their children in English. But it's like people are starting to realize, I'm not sure, I'm trying to think about the numbers now. Most stations, most African language stations, their numbers are growing. So I'm not sure it's in results of self-realization or whether I speak English, the fact remains the movenda.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Prof, is there a sense that what you hear on radio represents what happens in the community?
If I hear you well, usually the program formulation process within a community radio in particular, even national radio, is a product of consultation. So indeed, what you hear on radio is a reflection of what happens in society.
Is therefore an expectation that the quality of language used in the radio should be superior to the one used in a community, because a radio has a mandate to promote the language?
That is the official position, because then the radio is the custodian, and then it should be teaching and sustaining the community's use of that language. Although there is a lot of code switching that we hear on radio, which is my problem now, because there are concepts like you would have the word cell phone. It does exist in our indigenous languages, but you hear our producers saying cell phone. I'm worried that if this continues and probably other new concepts are not developed as English expands, then we are going to have a problem.
Okay. And I'll add, I've heard people in the radio, when you do current affairs, you must use the official language. So when you say numbers, you must say them in vernacular. However, I've had someone make the excuse that people don't know what you just said to them. When you say it like that, your audience doesn't know that you just said 10,000 in Xitsonga or in Sepedi and so. But you say, nonetheless, you have the responsibility to check. So keep saying it in Sepedi, they will go and find out what is 10,000 in Sepedi. Is that our sense? Yeah.
Each and every radio station that broadcasts in a particular language, I want to opine, and it should be like that it should broadcast in that language and speak it with the dexterity. The problem of us Africans is that we have got a very negative attitude towards our languages. That is why we take our children to private schools, and then when we move with them around the malls, they speak to us in English. And you know, when I come to greet your child, you expect me to greet him in English. And then if he doesn't hear me and I'm surprised, and you say, no, I just paid, you know, and you think you have succeeded. That's the problem. You think that is success. Okay, and it is not. We need to, our minds, I think, needs to be decolonized. So, just in short, Ngamla, each and every language which a particular radio station finds itself broadcasting in it needs to be respected. And respecting that language, you are respecting your audiences, your listeners. There's no problem if I'm saying 560 in Sepedi and somebody doesn't hear me, okay? And somebody doesn't understand me. But is that person Mopedi? Or is that person interested in knowing Sepedi? Then he should learn. Radio stations which broadcast in African languages in South Africa are taken as well as the custodians of these languages. And there's a lot that we need to do in order to improve our languages. Otherwise, the status quo would.
All right, so I hear you there. That's a very broad debate. If you take it to listenership, it changes. If you take it to wanting to attract people to listen to you, there's a different interest involved. There shouldn't be, but there is. Because you must take into consideration, am I going to lose or gain if I'm rigid? And is it, and then you take, so you balance quite a number of things, and maybe the programs manager would tell us about it in another occasion. Because I've run out of time, I'm advised, I've run out of time. But if you have panelist space, you would generally run out of time. There were questions that were asked. How many are left? I'm not necessarily able to get to. I hope through some of the engagements they were covered. Ne? Thank you very much. Now appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to wrap up. Please do this with me. Take 30 seconds and say your last contributions. Just take 30 seconds. I've realized how difficult it has been for you to take 2 minutes. Okay, I'll start with Mr. Maluleka there. Please take 30 seconds, Mr. Maluleka. Let's wrap up.
All right, thank you, moderator. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Media Studies, Communication and Languages for inviting us to be here. And my message to the media studies students who are doing final year, Radio TEF have a 6-month training program where we train you to become a presenter, to also become a producer. So if you have that burning passion for radio, please feel free to come to our studios and inquire about the processes.
I'll try to cover this in 30 seconds as you have requested. Doctor, here you have raised the question of immediacy. Yes, radio is immediate, but it has its own competitors there. But amongst all, it still tops when coming to the question of immediacy. I would like to take this opportunity and thank the university so much for having invited me. I really enjoyed, I'm impressed about all the questions that have been asked here. And I think that even next time we'll be invited. And next time, Gamla, I expect you to be here, to be one.
So who's responsible for invite? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. What I will say is that, we sometimes refer ourselves as producers, presenters, and so forth. But I want to urge you that we are servants of the people we are serving. We need to ensure that we serve our communities as radio presenters or producers. At some point when I was at SABC, I came across 2 instances, Mr. Ngamula, where listeners will just call you, and say, the sewage is burst in my yard, and the municipality is not coming to fix it. And I had to call the municipal manager and the spokesperson that they had to go and fix. And the municipality said, no, we're not aware of that. The following day they went to fix it, and that man just called me before it went to on air. That man just called me and thanked me just to say, no, I have served. And another incident is this other man who was back then it was President Jacob Zuma who promised him a house and a furniture. They went to build a house and they did not bring the furniture. That man called me left, right, center and said, the furniture. I had to communicate with that office of the president, and ultimately he received his furniture. So we just keep on saving our people. Thank you.
ke rata just sebaka seo leboa le nna le kgonne o ka re mema bjalo ka Perfect Radio re te more re le botsa ka online media le nna baithuti ba media studies le communication studies tsebana gore the industry is open for everyone. Go online, you can create your own radio station and effect change through the education that you are acquiring here. You are not here to just be here, use media for fame. Use the media to effect change in your communities. Ke a leboha.
Let me echo the sentiments of other colleagues and thank the coordinators to have invited me here. It's such an honor. But I thought at some point I would talk about podcast as one of the competitors of radio. And I just want to say that radio creates a continuous rapport with its listeners, whereas with a podcast is a weekend special until the next episode. Thank you very much.
Ndo livhuwa nga maanḓa u rambiwa u vha tshipiḓa tsha u mushumoni. Indeed it's a memorable event that will stay on my mind forever and ever. I was even thinking every time a radio person, wherever you go, you think content. So there are a lot of content. Already I'm thinking of sharing with my team, hey, we can do this, because I got it from here from this beautiful event. Colleagues, we must always be mindful and take advantage. Radio is trustworthy. Radio, people respect radio. I think our colleague here was saying when he was still at current affairs, whatever there was a story, whatever people rushed, whatever chine chakubaka radio, whether it's the office of president, they will rush and make sure that it's done immediately. So please, let's take advantage, and radio in the all-in-one profession. We, as radio presenters, we are doctors, we are lawyers, we are everything. Even though we call professionals to come and be part of our show, but it remains Uriyoitiwa Kashu, yeah, Dr. Wanda Junipa. So please, let's embrace radio and let's make sure that we serve our community with so much dignity and trustworthy. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you to you, and the questions. Oh, the comrade is gone. Just one thing on the community. It's not even just the community issue. So when you plan your program, generally speaking, from a current affairs point of view, it's supposed to touch every interest. So your show, if you imagine it in a pie diagram, it's supposed to have international news, national news, local news, economic news, social news. Why? You expect you're speaking to different people with different interests at a time, and then you cater for them. So that is why you'll hear about Tyler, you'll hear about State of the Nation address, you'll hear about a broken gate here. It is meant to cover everyone at a given time. Sorry. Oh, hey. Sorry. Did I just lose my invite? So, about the broken gate. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my honor and my pleasure to engage you. Okay, please turn on your mic.
You must hear about our MBCHB graduates, not our broken gate.
And the research you're doing with the community. Exactly. So that must be part of that. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm honestly, I'm honored. Panelists, thank you. We are done here. Good night.
Thank you, Ngamla, for driving the discussions. I could tell there was still a lot to discuss, and our panelists are hungry to, dish out this information, especially that they are coming from different backgrounds in terms of radio production. Some are presenting the stuff that go on in the background. So maybe we need to take these discussions somewhere else where we can continue, because also from the academic point of view, Doctor, I heard you are keen on the kind of content that is put out there, how it's supposed to be. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of our program. It's only item and half remaining. But let me appreciate you for your patience. I know because the discussions were so hot and you were asking questions, we had to at least go for extra time. So now we are at the penalty stage. Next on our item is vote of thanks by the professor in the Department of Communication, Media and Information Studies. Let's welcome Prof. Thabiso Moswede.
Thank you, Program Director. I don't have much to say because the interactions here they are self-explanatory. We want to thank the university via the director, executive director of marketing and communications. They did a great job by facilitating this gathering. The director of Lancom, the HOD of the department, Professor Bopape, the team that was able to coordinate this event, the radio stations that have participated in this event, esteemed guests, students and panelists, experts, and the audience. We are very grateful. In your absence, this event would not have been a success. We thank you very much. Lika muso, kazuraro na machero, ngachi changana zula rimini. O namunzuko, ikensile ngofu.
Thank you, Prof. That was quite cryptic. And maybe just because there are so many people who contributed to this program, it will not be possible to thank all of them. But I should note that the Limpopo Combo was broadcasting live from here some of their programs. We also appreciate their staff. I see they came in their numbers. Also, Maravele Relabo. You always come when we call you, especially when we mention issues of radio and your language. But there's this poem, my first day in class, radio production. This poem, and I tried to revisit it. It's still relevant. It says, "You little box, to me escaping, so that your valves should not break. Carried from house to house, from sail to train, so that my enemies might go on talking to me. Near my bed, to my pain, the last thing at night, the first thing in the morning, of their victories and of my cares. Promise me not to go silent all of a sudden." Dr. Malaji used to refer us to this poem every time we went into his. I think it was around 2010, yeah, when I was doing my first year. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. Whenever you are called to come and participate, please do as you did today. And this is the last item coming up to be rendered by Ntate Colin Mangaga, which is the item of announcements. I know many of you have been waiting for this announcement. And then please, and continue to love the media. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.